Everybody can start taking their seats. I gotta remember this is gonna roll. What time do you have on your phone? What time do you have on your phone? Okay, calling this meeting to order on Saturday, December 6th at 10:01. Secretary, can you do roll call, please?
Leanna Sampson. Anthony Conley.
Here.
Eugenia Lena. Here. Regina Tiger Phillips. Here. Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez. Bon Harjo.
Here.
Leon Petit.
Here. Here.
David Narcomi. Rick Deere.
Here.
Patricia Kishkatone. Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Glenn Colonel.
Here.
Sammy Bear.
Here.
Thomas Yahala. Dustin Harga. Alvina Coker. Terry Spencer.
Present.
Tiffany Thunder. Joshua Carpenter.
Here.
Joni Randazzo.
Here.
Oli Gunville.
Here.
Tommy Chutko.
Here.
Danita Harja.
Here.
Willis Deckridge.
Here.
Monique Carpenter.
Here.
That's 18 present and 10 absent.
Okay, with the count of 18 present, 10 absent, I do call this meeting has a quorum. Okay, Representative Cornell, can you open us in prayer?
We come before you thanking you for the gift of this day and the gift of this life that you've given to us. We humbly ask that your spirit be with us during this special time of year and that you would just help us out as we live the best life possible. We are mindful of all those around us that are mourning today and missing their loved ones. We ask that your spirit touch them in a way that would help them out. We ask now that you might just bless our Seminole Nation and our people as we try to do the best that we can to serve our communities. May your spirit be with us throughout this day. Amen.
Amen. Okay. Reading of the minutes of the last meeting, November 21st, 2025. Has everybody had a chance to review those minute meetings? I don't know if you can hear me this far away or not. Representative Monique?
Secretary, I just need to make sure that there is it's noted that there's a difference between the two carpenters on a general council floor.
I'm sorry.
I just need to make sure that it's noted that there's two different carpenters on a council floor. Thank you.
Oh, by first initial, there's two, if you can add. And just a clarification for everybody, if you all can use your microphones and speak into them. I know the last meeting, several online said that they could not hear. And then what was said was that in the meeting minutes, we distinguish between the two carpenters and we'll do it by first initial. We'll get those. Any other? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve with amendments or corrections for the names.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor by both carpenters. Monique first and Josh second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Leanna Sampson. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
Eugenia Lena. Regina Tiger Phillips.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez. Bob Hardo.
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Abstain.
David Narcomi, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkatong, Karen Fulbright, Gab Marva. Yes. Lance Arnold,
Yes.
Sammy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Noah,
Yes.
Justin Hardo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker. Yes. Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Jennifer Nessa,
Yes.
Oli Gundil,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danito Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Decker. Yes. William Carpenter.
Yes.
19 yeses, 0 nos, 1 abstention.
Okay, with the count of 19 yes, 0 no's, and 1 abstention, I declare the minutes for November 21st, or 21st, 2025, with corrections has passed. Okay, we're going to move on to unfinished business. This is interviews with the selected AG candidates. Yes, Representative Petit?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to declare a vacancy for Suchi Band.
Okay. So we have a declared vacancy. Okay. And we take that to a vote, don't we? Does it need to go to a vote? It's declared vacancy? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, you got that noted? Okay, so we have that noted. Interviews for the selected AGs. We have Duvall and Associates, Legal Advocates for Indian Country LLP, Drummond, Woodsum, and McMahon, 84. And do we have all three present in the galley? And they're all present. Okay, historically, we've done all the interviews in executive session at that time so that each firm interviewed is not hearing what the other has to say. At this point, do I hear a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to go into executive session to conduct interviews at 10:08. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay, remember, we can't use our microphones when we're in executive session. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me now? No? Can I? I can't even hear myself. Okay. Hey, look what somebody gave me this morning. I just have to try not to remember to throw it. Okay, Representative Petit and then Representative Harjo. Oh, whoa. I need a motion to come back in. Okay, Representative Petit.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session
Okay.
and ask for a second.
Okay. Motion has been made at 11:58 to come out of executive session. Consensus? Or you want to take a vote? Okay, consensus. Representative Harjo and then Representative Carpenter.
Yes, I make a motion that we go ahead and go forth with the Legal Advocates of Indian Country.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for legal advocates for Indian country and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion to table. And then Yehola. Oh, I forgot to tell my ring girl. Okay, so we have to take a vote on the motion to table. So a motion to table was made by Monique Carpenter and second by Mr. Dethridge to table. To table AG vote. Roll call, please.
Yes.
I don't feel like it's on. Can y'all? Yeah, it is.
Leah Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes. There you go.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Oh, no, my bad. That's the table. Are we tabling it?
That's what to table. They
Oh,
object.
no,
Yeah.
no. No.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Chapon Harjo,
No.
Leon Petit,
No.
David Narcomi, Rick Deer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
No.
Ann Borba,
No.
Glenn Colonel, Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yohala, Destin Harjo,
No.
Alvina Coker,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Joan Randazzo,
No.
Oli Gunville,
No.
Tommy Chepko,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Willis Dethridge, Monique Carpenter, 8 yes, 18 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, with the count of 8 yes, 18 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that table has failed. We're back to the motion of legal advocates in Indian country. We'll go ahead and take a roll call on that.
Leetta Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
Eugenia Lena,
Eugenia, we're voting for legal advocates.
No.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Terry Edwards,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Chapon Harjo,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narcomi, Rick Deer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel, Timmy Bear,
No.
Thomas Yohola, Destin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpenter,
No.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Oli Gunville,
Yes.
Tommy Chepko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
9 yes, 16 no, 0 abstentions.
With the count of 9 yes, 16 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has failed. Okay. 9 yes, 16 no, and 0 abstentions. Representative Monique Carpenter?
I like a motion to approve Duval and Associates. Second.
Okay, we have a motion for Duval and Associates and a second by Representative Danita. Okay, roll call?
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
Eugenia Lena,
No.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chipon Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
No.
David Narcomi, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel, Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yehola, Dustin Harjo,
No.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpitcher,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
No.
Ole Gunville,
No.
Tommy Chepko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpitcher,
Yes.
15 yeses, 10 nos, 0 abstentions.
Okay, with the count of 15 yes, 10 no's, 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed to retain Duval and Associates. And I would like to thank the other two firms for coming and interviewing. Okay. Moving on, I know it's lunch hour, but at this time, I would like to recognize at least our little princesses and let them come up and do their introductions. And that way they can see. Yes, Representative Dethridge?
Now, we've eliminated Drummond and Woodson, but what if somebody wanted to vote for Drummond and Woodson and,
Do y'all want to have that count?
I mean, I don't know how that works, but
Okay, Representative Petit? Okay,
just to make it official.
Chair, in relation to what Representative Dethridge has stated, we set that precedence previously whenever we were voting on that Maple Leaf and all that group right there on the gaming deal. So I agree. I mean,
Okay.
There's probably some bands that instructed to vote for the other party. So I think we need to at least have a vote.
okay.
Keep it
Well,
on
hopefully
record.
the firms are still here, that firm. Representative Dethridge, you want to make that motion? Okay, and Monique? Okay, so we're going to move on roll call for Drummond and Woodson. My apologies.
Well, they answered your
Roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson,
No.
This is for Drummond and Woodson.
Anthony Conley,
No.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Terry Edwards,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Chipon Harjo,
No.
Leon Petit, David Narcomi, Rick Deer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel, Timmy Bear,
No.
Thomas Yehola, Dustin Harjo,
Abstain.
Alvina Coker,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpitcher,
No.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Tommy Chepko,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpitcher,
No.
7 yes, 17 no, 1 abstention.
Okay, with the count of 7 yes, 17 no, and 1 abstention, I declare Drummond Woodson has failed, and my apologies for not doing that before that. Okay, we move Representative Fulbright. Yes, I was getting ready to tell her that was declared vacancy, that she didn't need to, on the last count, to call him. Yes. Sorry about that. No, he's not. Representative Petit declared vacancy very first this morning, and so when she called him a while ago, I was going to let her know that, and then we went to discussion, so, thank you. Yes. Yes. Yeah. 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 You go ahead and line strike through David Archimedes. Okay, yes. Princesses, if you can come up and do your introductions. Oh, pretty. You go ahead, microphone, there's a microphone, and just go ahead and do your introduction. Should just flick up the switch there.
Hitchjay, Stongo, Olivia Wapskini, Chochipkudos, Seminole, Idola, Oklahoma, Imobogagi, Saja Fetchkidos, Ochizi, Omidoidos, Nagozi, Amalekidos, Seminole State College, Mahagajuku Manaidos. Hello, how is everyone today? Doing good? My name is Olivia Wapskini, and I'm a proud member of the Great Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I'm Ochizi Band, and I am Bear Clan, and I attend Seminole State College, and I'm a freshman. Mudo, thank you.
Hinchjay, Stongo, Taya Jones, Chachipkados, Istajadi, Hiajifka, Hiadozidos, Bali, Ostagagindos, Amalegida, Nogozagidos, Mikisuki, Abagados, Joga Hichka, Sostobagin, Abiktoes, Simino, Mohaga Joga, Iados. Meadow. Hello, how is everyone doing today? My name is Taya Jones. My Indian name is Hitosi, which means beautiful. I'm 14 years old. I'm Bear Clan, and I'm also a member of the Mikisuki Band. And I'm in the 9th grade at Seminole Public Schools. Meadow.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so it's after 12. I know we have reports of committees. Y'all want to break for lunch now or at 12:30 and then have committees come back with directors? You tell me what you want to do. Now? Okay. Okay, so we'll break at 12:15. Do you want to return at 1:30 or 1:15? 1:30? Okay, I need a motion to break for lunch at 12:15. Motion, Representative Harjo and Representative Sampson. Okay. We'll return at 1:30. 14. 14. No, it looks like we have 14. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it? If you'd like to take your seats, if you can take your seats, we can see if we have enough to make quorum. It is now 1:31. Okay, we're going to go ahead and conduct roll call. It is 1:31.
Leetta Sampson. Anthony Conley. Eugenia Lena.
Present.
Regina Tiger Phillips.
Here.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez.
Here.
Chapon Harjo.
Here.
Leon Petit.
Here.
Rick Deer. Patricia Kishkaton. Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Glenn Colonel. Timmy Bear.
Here.
Thomas Yahola.
Here.
Dustin Harjo.
Here.
Alvina Coker. Terry Spencer. Tiffany Thunder. Joshua Carpenter.
Here.
Joan Randazzo.
Here.
Oli Gunville.
Present.
Tommy Chupko.
Here.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge. Monique Carpenter.
Here.
17 present, 10 absent.
Okay, with the count of 17 present and 10 absent, I declare we have a quorum to begin afternoon session. And just real quick, I would like to make a couple announcements, and I know I should have did one this morning and I totally forgot. But I'd like to thank, he's not even here, Representative Dethridge for bringing the coffee and the cups for us today. If you did not know, OAP has the craft show. They'll be there till 6 p.m. And then at 6 p.m., we also have the tree lighting where we're going to have cookies with Santa. So I wanted to make sure I make those announcements before. Okay, we're going to move right along to reports of committees. Oh, yes, the youth explosion is today. Do we know what time that is? 2 to 6, youth explosion. Okay, Representative Dethridge, we are just giving you big kudos for bringing the coffee and the cups this morning and everything for us. Mado. Yes. No, we were saying thank you for the coffee. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so reports of committees. Is there any committees you would like to hear from? Representative Petit? Gaming Enterprise. We have Mr. Shepherd. It looks like he's making his way or going to go look. Yes. Okay. Okay, just get the microphone and just flip the switch. Representative Petit.
Glad to see y'all's here today. I think we spoke before about that I-40 purchase up there, and I think y'all had instructed to the council that y'all were just to pay the interest on it. But after reading that TR 2467, first off, there's nothing in it that directs y'all to pay anything on it. It just gave you the authority to negotiate it and sign the papers to get that thing done and everything. Now, from the way I've read this, there's two notes actually on it, one for 3.75 million and one for 1.25 million, which came to the $5 million total. Now, like I said, Mr. Shepherd, I think your signature's on both those loans. My concern is, do y'all have the money to make this? I think it's supposedly $13,000, or let me find this that I was provided with. $28,000. Yeah. Well, that y'all won't be paying all of that. Yeah. Well, and that's I think that's a deal that this council is going to have to look at. Is nobody's give you direction to pay that yet because it's not in the resolution. You could tell us, hey, we don't have to do anything with it and walk away, because by the resolution, you're not bound to make any payments on it. But for us to kind of get on a good foundation is to make sure that y'all have the funds available to do that, because here's my biggest concern. Y'all pledged $3.75 million in CDs as collateral for that loan. And my concern is, I don't want us to get delinquent or potentially lose that over, making, I'm going to call it the house payment, to us have to forfeit that to the sovereign bank on that. Now, when I looked at the interest rates, I think it's 1.25% over the CD rate. Mm-hmm. That's a good amount, I'd say, on that. But it being for 36 months, that's what I was concerned about on it too. Is, we don't want to put y'all in bond because we're already taking out $20,000 a month, to pay on the Grisso out of your funds. And I just didn't want y'all to get hurt as far as doing that. And because, like I said, if I was to make an amendment to this resolution today, asking that y'all pay half of it or all of it, you're going to be in a bind and if you don't have that cash flow. Is that not correct?
I mean, we would have to look at, how to structure it to where we weren't putting S&GE in a position and also the nation in a position. So it would change up how we would have to operate if we were requested to pay all of it. So yeah.
Well, and that's my concern right now, because for this nation right now, you're our primary revenue stream.
Correct.
And if we put y'all in a bind, we're going to be in a bind as a nation as a whole. Mm-hmm. And like I said, that's just the way I've looked at that. And like I said, I'm not an accountant, not an attorney, but as I read it as it is, something's going to have to be done with this resolution so that we can continue to make the house payment on it. I mean, y'all are probably making your part voluntarily right now. And the way I understood it is there's going to be just interest-only payments for so many months. Then it'll proceed on, I think, for 36 months.
I would tell you that during the negotiations, I was receiving information from the bank. I had asked Chief Johnson at the time to let me know when we were having meetings or at least negotiating back and forth, but I was actually never in any negotiations with Chief and Sovereign Bank. And I think my position is I assumed that Chief was operating with our general counsel to negotiate and look at the contractual language of purchasing this. And so it wasn't, again, I believe it was James Boggs. He was working at Sovereign Bank at the time, and I had a relationship with him from working with another tribe. And so he reached out to let me know what was happening. And so my understanding of the two loans was we were to save on the interest payments. We collateralized the 3-point-something in a CD that would that would have a maturity date on it, and the option would be that we could roll that back into another CD just to kind of keep that there, and then that way we're only mortgaging the 1.5 and making interest payments on that to pay that down until there was more discussion on how to move forward. I don't think that was a great negotiation, but again, we were left out of the negotiations on this. And as far as the resolution, I haven't seen the resolution in a long time, and obviously I'm an attorney, so I like to read language and see it. And so I do believe it was something to the effect of the executive at S&GE
Chair, if you don't mind, if I can approach, I'd like to give them a copy of this.
Yeah. And so it was something to do with, there was interest in going after that 90 acres. And so I think it was to give the authority of SNGE and the executive to go negotiate. And so again, I don't know, I'm going to read through this. I want to read through the language, but I think it was presented to us that because of this, that you guys wanted us to move forward and purchase it. So again, I think that was more from the executive office at the time. And so we moved forward with that. And because we weren't part of the negotiation, I think it was tough for us to, I guess, have a say in whether or not I didn't like the negotiation where we were. And we didn't find out until after the executive had already signed. I actually signed the documents after they actually closed on the property. And so, but it was me signing as the authorized party from SNGE, not necessarily signing off as the representative of the tribe, but because Chief submitted this resolution, it required SNGE to be a part of it in the eyes of the real estate broker. And so that's why my signature was on the document. So, and I'll tell you, so right now we're able to pay our half of the 1.5. I think that's what we're doing is we're paying half of that mortgage payment. The nation's paying the other half. And then we have money in the bank collateralized on the CD. And so I would tell you, we could probably figure out some way to go pay it off. We've got some money in the accounts, but that would then put us in a thin on having any money in the bank. And for me, I like to operate with money in the bank. And so I prefer to keep that there and make good deals and make good negotiations and move forward that way. But if we had to, we could go purchase it, but then what is it doing? It's sitting there doing nothing, right? And so that's the other part is we have 90 acres that we're paying a lot on and nothing's happening with it. And I think there's been some confusion about how do we move forward, because it's in the nation's name. It's not bifurcated, the land, so it's not 45 acres as SNGEs and 45 as a nation, so it's still 90 acres. And so then we're sitting there with, do we move forward and look at for gaming options? And if we do, then we'd have to start some kind of a fee to trust application process for it. But even then, the application is not going to be able to go through because we have a note on it. And so we need to get that paid off to even go that route. And so that piece of property is, I think still very intriguing for the nation, but we need to have an idea of what we want to do with it. But right now, I think we're able to make the payment. But it'd be nice to know where that payment, what's going to, what we're going to do with it. But if the nation decided that we needed to pay all of it, we definitely probably could make the payment. But obviously, that's going to be an expense and a deduction from our net gaming revenue, which then is probably going to reduce the amount that we pay over from the 80% to the nation. And so, unless I don't know, I'm an attorney, not an accountant. I don't know if it would be a line item position outside, since it's technically not underneath SNG as an asset. I guess it could be a net expense, and so it could be out of the 20% that we retain that we use it towards like a capital expense, I guess. And so maybe there would be a way not to lessen the amount that we send over through our accounting. So we could look at what we needed to do depending on what the nation wanted to do with that. But hopefully that answers some questions.
Your answer something, because here's one of the things that I've often looked at, and I think that I would like for a lot of these council who weren't present whenever all this took place. The Fasucci's weren't present that night, or we would have had some questions ourselves. But to look at right now, you've tied up what I would call your capital investment funds, where if there was something that you needed to go do and you needed to access $2 million or something, it's tied up right now. I don't know how much y'all have, and honestly, I've never kept track of y'all's earnings and all that stuff like that, but it's always concerned me whenever this came about. I'm looking, man, we put y'all in a bind because we took that money that you could have used for other purposes, and like I'd asked you previously, you've basically spent over $1.5 million. It's probably up to $2.5 million now. Has been taken out under 2019-03. that's that $20,000 a month coming out of there.
Okay.
Since 2019, January 2019, y'all continue to contribute back to the nation on that. And that's what I'm saying. You take those two numbers together, that's $5 million. And we could have been using that to promote our gaming within our nation. And like I said, y'all are our main revenue stream. And that's why I just want the council to be aware that we've got to look at these finances, these things, because I don't want us to not be in a position that we can make the payment and it forfeit y'all's $3.75 million that y'all have invested in this also.
Yep.
Because, I mean, if we lose $1.25 million on that land on just one note, well, I mean, like I say, that's just business. But to lose another $3.75 million, which could potentially be $4 million, the way it could be invested, you know, by the time this 3 years matures and everything, that's just a concern I have. That I just don't want to put y'all in a bind. This council should not do that to you.
Well, I would say we appreciate that from SNGE. Yeah, so obviously, I think if you've been to our properties, I mean, we want newer properties. We want to invest. We want to do things, but we need to do it smart. And so, does it help having money in the bank? Yes. However, you know, I think our limit to go out and get a loan was up to $1 million. Outside of that, we'd have to come to the general council, get approval. And so, because I like having money in the bank, I think that's how, if we move forward with any kind of improvements, obviously it comes to the general council for approval. But again, for me, it's a smart way to do this is to go out and take out good debt and then be able to pay debt off as you operate instead of taking money that's in the bank and going and spend it. So having the money in the CD, you know, one, I don't know we lose it if we forfeit, because they would go directly to pay off that amount of the land. There's still value in the lands, but obviously, if for some reason we get into a financial bind and we're not able to make payments, then now we're looking to sell the land and we're going to lose money on it. We'll get money back, but it may not be the full amount we paid for it. And so that is an issue. So, but again, you know, we want to upgrade facilities. We just know that, you know, like the rest of the nation, we don't have a lot right now. And we're trying to kind of build and get a stronger foundation to where we can go do that. And we're going to make sure that when we do move forward that way, that we're negotiating good debt. Debt we can pay and doesn't put us in a bind, and that's good for the nation. But again, we don't get to decide that. That's something that you decide as representing your bands. And so, there's probably some new general council members here, and I would just say from SNG's perspective, we don't make decisions without coming here first, especially big decisions. And so we may be part of the day-to-day operation of what machines are going in or how we're going to deal with this vendor, but anything big with the nation, it comes back to the nation. It's not ours. And so we understand that, we respect that. And so hopefully that's seen in the way we operate too. When this was done, I didn't like the way it was done. I'm an attorney. I'm going to read a little language and say, hey, I don't know. It says we can negotiate it. I don't think it said we could actually pull the trigger on it. And I think just based off how it was given to us and asked, I was told to come down to Seminole one day and be here. The closing already happened, and we actually didn't learn about, I didn't really like signing off on it, but we didn't learn about the terms of the note until after. I think we had to reach out to the treasurer's office to actually, we got a bill to pay this mortgage amount to the bank. We're like, what is this? And so we actually had to have a meeting to actually see what was done. And so I don't like that that's how it was done. That's how it was done, and here we are. And so we can make the best of what we have. We have a great 90 acres of property that we need to figure out what we're going to do with. And I don't think it's just on SNG. I think it's the nation too. And so, but I think there's some things that we've looked at doing as far as working with some groups that could come in and do feasibility studies to maybe on what would be great generating revenue activities or economic positions that we can use the property for to present to the council to see what we can do. But I think just with the elections, we wanted to kind of wait and see what would happen. But obviously we're sitting here and we're able to make the payments now, but we need, if you're paying on land that you're not using, that's not smart money to me. And so we'll be doing something with it.
Well, your revenue stream comes from the customer base. And if we don't have adequate facilities for them to come to or give them some kind of enticement to come to our casinos, because we've got several up and down I-40 and different.
And they're just getting
I've
bigger.
always said down south of us that draw a lot of our business away. And if we can't have facility, and I was talking to Mr. Hobart about, over at Wewoka, you know, I had a friend of mine and was telling us about the crowd that y'all had over, and he was talking about some, you know, programs that y'all had set up to do that. But that facility itself is kind of defunct the way they described it. And it's, the people are hesitant to go to it because, like I said, just the condition of it. And I think this nation needs to consider some way to let y'all have the ability to either change that location or build a new facility or do something so we can get that customer base. Because 6 miles over, you've got the Creeks have a facility that they draw a lot of ours, and they probably draw a lot of our Seminole Nation members over there.
What casino is that? No, the one that's over.
Holdenville.
Golden Pony?
Not Holdenville.
Okay.
It's a big casino. It's a small facility.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, I just, that's what I said, I just wanted this council to be aware of, here's this exposure we've got, and, you know, and I'm sure that they're gonna recognize too that our revenue coming into this nation's decreased significantly. And we're gonna have other things that we're gonna have to consider too for that, I always call them fixed items that we have to pay on, and our revenue's not increased, but anyway, thank you for that.
Representative Yahola and then Representative Josh Carpenter.
Yeah, I just had a question in regards to hacking and cybercrime. Do y'all continuously like updates and training as far in those regards? And are you confident in our firewall safeguard system at this time?
Most definitely. We use KnowBe4, which we have training set up for all of our staff to learn about cybersecurity training. It's a continuous effort with that too, and we've definitely, I can tell you, we have no hits on it at all. It's a great, yeah.
Thank you.
I would say too, you know, we've spent a considerable amount of money in updating systems, servers, and the software that we use. And so I would tell you, our IT department's always coming to us needing to upgrade this or make sure we have the firewalls, the protection we have. And so, and a lot of times we're trying to say, hey, that's a lot of money. How can we spread that out? How can we be prudent in keeping gaming safe, the nation safe, but also know that we can't just go out and get the best of the best every time we want it. And so they've done a really good job as far as putting out a plan and trying to schedule how we update things. So obviously we were, you know, I think we had to pay some money at some point from the casino's perspective. And so that is something that we definitely, that's how we operate. We operate off of machines that, and the things that we have and what they could do. And so I think we take that pretty serious. I think they've got Travis with the IT department there. I can't talk about all the things that he brings to the table every time, but I've actually asked the report to actually reflect maybe some more understandable language as far as what we're doing IT to kind of help show how we're protecting the casinos in the nation. But I do feel like we do have a good department there and that we're doing things appropriately. So,
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to respectfully ask that we keep these meetings to about 15 minutes max. We got a lot on the agenda.
Yes.
And it's going to be a long day for y'all.
Yes, Representative Monique Carpenter.
Chuck, is there anything that we should be aware of as regional council reps when it comes to being inside the facilities? Is there anything that we're not allowed to be involved in or any activities that we're
Only thing I can say is that with promotions, I know as elected officials, you guys aren't allowed to be involved with the promotion winnings. I mean, you can game there, but I think that's the only thing that our players clubs around at all three facilities is always asking about. Is about the elected officials.
Can you also talk about anything new that's been added to casinos or anything any renovations?
Well, actually, like I said, we love to do a lot more renovations, but what we've been working on is mainly our floor plan. As far as getting new games in, we used to have a lot of old games, but we're starting to change the games up. We were running a lot of Class 2 games, but I think we're going to start up in our Class 3 footprint because definitely Class 3 games play a lot better. They make a lot more money, so we're starting to move with that in that direction.
Okay, Representative Pittman, and then I will have to end that.
Quick question, I'm not sure if this is for you or if it's for our executive team. Are the commissioners for our gaming, are they being brought up to speed on IT, the protections that we have? Or are you willing to offer training to the council so that we're aware of what cyber protections you're putting in place?
So SNGE operates separately from SNGA, and so we do operate with SNGA. They know what we're doing a lot of times in that space. A lot of times they have to be a part of some of the things that happen inside of the casinos, and so they definitely are aware of that. And so I think that it, as far as any kind of more information that would be more helpful, I think we could definitely put together maybe more of a packet about what we're doing right now to protect the nation, just so you guys can know, especially new general council members, and just to learn more about the gaming space, we could definitely do that, so.
Okay, all right. Representative Ole, for them, or?
I was just saying, what was that land appraised at?
Again, we were not part of the negotiation, so I don't believe it probably appraised for the amount that we purchased it for, but unfortunately, the group that did purchase it the year before, I think they bought it for about $4 million, and then they saw this really cool YouTube video of a general council meeting where we showed a really cool looking new casino that was proposed by a Canadian group, and the amount went up $1 million. And so, and that's what we paid, I think, was a little over $5 million. So, so I'm guessing it was probably a little bit more than what it was worth. However, you know, they're not making more property, and they're not making more property right there on I-40, so.
The reason I asked everything, it's been mentioned that it was appraised way lower than that, not even at $1 million. So that's why I say big difference there. So that's why I was asking if you knew the number.
Listen, I would tell you, I would want an appraisal with the purchase. I don't know, I don't have the file of the purchase documents, so I would hope that we have that.
Right, and that's what you were saying, that you signed it, you know, you probably, I wouldn't have signed it if I, not to be mean, but I probably wouldn't have.
Well, I think at that point, the nation had already signed, so if we wouldn't have signed, I think there would have been probably some contractual issues. They probably could have forced us in litigation to move forward with signing, since the nation, the chief of the executive office had already signed. And so I knew that we probably were in a better position to help pay for it. And so I wish we would have been more of the discussion when it did happen. So, but I don't know that we were not prudent in signing even after the fact, so.
Okay, Representative Spencer, last one.
Just a quick question, that 90 acres, does it have any environmental issues at all on it?
So there was a phase one done on it. There was an old gas station that used to be there. I don't know, I don't believe there's anything that came from the phase one, but ultimately, if we were going to move forward with any kind of gaming endeavor, we'd probably have to do a phase two, and there probably, something might be there where we'd have to remove some soil. But from my understanding of the layout too, there's also a creek that runs through the middle of it, so not all 90 acres of the property is usable. But for the most part, I mean, they did an environmental assessment on it, and that should be with the purchase documents as well. So, and I doubt we would have purchased it if something would have came back. But again, because I wasn't in that back and forth with the realtor's office.
We looked at that before in the past, it might be one of the issues that was concerning.
Okay, Widow, gentlemen.
Thank you. Also, we have our SNGE board meeting every second Monday of the month. You can come and ask a lot of these questions or find out more. Feel free to please join us. It's at 10 a.m. At the I-40 location.
Is there, we've already had this meeting, we've already had this discussion, it's a little bit hard for our one member to apply to get to that meeting. Have done other options for it to be accessible to us.
So
we actually got a call number that we sent to now. We just put it in place, so, and we tested it, it works, so we can get it to you guys to call in.
So we have the option for you to be able to call in, so you don't have to come physically. I know you had mentioned something about trying to see if there's after-hour ways to do these things. I don't know we've gone down that road too far to see what options we have. But we can definitely still look at some options or possibilities of making maybe every quarter something to where it's on a day that more people could attend. We can, yeah. So.
Okay. Widow.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next, anybody? Next committee. Yeah. Representative Harjo.
JOM, please.
JOM, and then Representative Spencer. You'll be next after that.
I take this one a little bit. Sure. I'll bring it up.
Anybody here for JOM? And he may be at the, oh, is he? Okay. Just either one and flip the button up. And just remember, council, if you can use your mics. Look it up, tap it. Yep, I think it's on. I think it's on.
Am I on? Yes, Mr. Harjo, thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate that. Me and my band just had a few questions about it, a few things in your report. First of all, when was your report drafted?
Pardon me?
Your report, when was it drafted?
It's got it dated on there.
Yeah, and so November 13th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in your report, you stated that you planned on going to the Johnson O'Malley conference, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, that conference was a week before, or a week after
Right.
you submitted your, with no update whatsoever
What
in that.
happens is that conference falls into the next quarter. So when we make another quarterly report, that report will be in that quarterly report. I only cover the activities for that particular quarter, which would have been July, August, and September.
Okay.
October, November, December, that will be given to you at the next quarterly meeting.
Okay. Okay, so another question I have is, you're aware of the BIE cutting funding, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you believe your current role and responsibilities justify a salary increase considering the reduction in JOM program funding?
Well, first of all, we are going to be getting an increase in the JOM funding based on the 1995 per student funding that was $65. Now, every year I've been submitting a student count report to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Education. With that, our enrollment has increased a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of the questions I had, because we don't have a head count, which was due in
I have
September.
it here,
Okay.
and I will get that to you. As far as the funding and the increase of my salary, I'm a one-man show. I do 11 schools, one charter school and 10 other schools. I have over 2,000 students pre-K through 12th grade. In addition to that, I also do tribal consultation, in which we talk about Title VI funding at the different schools. The parent committee is the one that makes these decisions on the planning, the spending of that money, as well as the Johnson O'Malley. So with additional duties that I have, and you're new, so you're not quite familiar with what I have done in this Johnson O'Malley program. I built it up. I had one school that was nominated for a national award. That was Commonwealth School. We have a banquet that we have every year in May. This will be our third year. We're having the native market to raise money for our banquet. So on top of all of that, when I stepped into this position here, my duties were very minimal. In order to build it up, then I included other things like raising money, having a banquet for our seniors. All right, when we talk about funding and my salary, yes, that went before the Finance Committee. They approved it. It went before the HR and the Personnel Board, I do believe, and the Executive Office. They see the work that I've done. So I think that what I have done and what I've added to my program constitutes a little bit of increase. It's not a whole lot. We're not going to get rich, for sure. But it is competitive with maybe what's out there out in the field.
Okay, well, with that increase, you got to realize, I believe it was upwards of $6,000 that came out of student services, correct? And that goes directly back to the schools.
What was that question? I'm sorry.
I said with that increase, we reduced student services by upwards of $6,000. That's money that goes directly back to the school, correct?
That will come back to the school when we get the additional funding in from the Bureau of Indian Education.
Okay, so you said you do have the head count, which was due in September, right?
Yes.
You have that right now?
Yes, I can give it to you now if you want.
Yes, if you don't mind.
tea bags.
For the school year 2025, 2026, I have 1,940 students in pre-3 through 12th grade. Now, that number can change because we have students that transfer in and transfer out at all times. Not only that, these 10 schools, or 11 schools, who submit their application for Johnson Valley funding, in that they even break down the students per grade. So, out of the 11 schools, 1,940 students is what I have here. That's for change, so that's only 10 now. We have the biggest school here, Seminole School at 556. I have yet to audit those cards to make sure that those students are eligible for daily services. The smallest school that we have is the Academy. The Academy is a charter school. That's the one that I was able to modify my scope of work to the Bureau of Education to include the Academy in funding for school. We have several students going to school that have been getting funding for the past few years, and I included them in our scope of work, so I can change that work with the Bureau of Education on that. We have two different types of funding. One is indirect, one is direct. We have one school who has direct funding, that's Butler School. And with that, we keep the money at the complex and they submit payments to us for like book fares, caps and gowns, and we pay that. The other schools, the other 10 schools, pay the quarterly allowance. Indirect funding is when we provide the schools the quarterly allowance. They pay their daily expenses and submit the financial reports miles.
Okay, so my last question would be, the National Johnson O'Malley Conference, the National Indian Education Conference, I believe that was in September or October, I believe. You talked about gaining insight on tribal education issues, networking with tribes, and meeting with new tribal educators and associates. Can you explain what you obtain at those conferences and how you plan to apply them into your program? Because I did not see that in the report whatsoever.
The term in office, they were dismantling the Department of Education.
Yeah.
And the term of dismantling is that they remove some of the programs that's under the Bureau of Indian Education into other areas.
Oh, microphone, sorry.
The dismantling of the Department of Education. So what they're doing is that they're sending some of the funding and some of the program activities under a different agency, like the Department of Labor, Department of Justice, I do believe. I do have, coming back from the National Indian Education or the National Conference of American Indians, I picked up this information here that helps me to know that the changes they're making, what they're intending to do as far as the funding and what agency they're going to put it under. When we talked about, when the sub-caucus and the caucus committee met, we talked about them dismantling the Department of Education. And that was more or less kind of a way of dividing and conquering. That's what they were going to try and do with Indian education. So we need to be able to submit legislation to those government entities that have a lot of say-so on the national level. We're talking about National Johnson O'Malley, National Congress of American Indian, National Indian Education. Those are going to be the voice to help us. Mine is to make sure that our voice is heard. Seminole Nation, this is what we want. This is what we demand. We're not going to ask for you must, you should. We're going to demand, because that's what we should be doing as sovereign nation. We should be demanding that our federal funding does not get decreased, that we continue to get the funding, and even at a higher level. I don't know what the cost per pupil is going to be right now.
Well, apparently it's supposed to be cut down by a third, from what I hear.
I don't know. I don't go by hearsay. I don't go by what someone told me. But John told Mary, told Cindy, and told me. No, I find out from the source. I try to anyway.
Oh, that's where I found out. I found out at the conference that you were at. That's where I found out.
Also, to let you know that Spike Bighorn was over the National Johnson O'Malley. He passed away. I knew he was sick, but he passed on. So I don't know what's going to happen now. My project officer for this area here is Kelly Moore. That's who I have as project officer. And I talked to her about student count, or if I have any questions on that.
Okay, Representative Yahola, and we're almost on the 10-minute mark, but.
Yeah, so, I understand, but I have a question, another question as far as, we don't have a problem with someone going and getting additional training or updating on programs and things like that. It's just that when people go, all departments go to these trainings, we need to come back with something
Yeah.
to implement, to put back into, to justify such attending these trainings. It's not your department, it's all departments. So that's what we're looking for. What contribution is that going to make to this program? Now, I already know Conway is an outstanding program. It's not, to be fair, it's been outstanding before you. All right, it's already been that way. It's been established. But that's a different level over in Conway. We're pretty tight over there. So, but that was, I think that was the main concern, is that when we go off and to a conference, to whatever, we bring something and we implement it back. That way we see that we're actually obtaining something from it, not just a free trip, because that's what we always hear about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I understand, because a lot of people think that these trips that are professional development, which we try to, enhance our skills, our knowledge, and be able to bring some of this back to our program. I understand that a lot of people look at that as a vacation and that type. There might be a little bit of vacation, sightseeing that type, but I agree, Mr. Yahola, that, and we do submit a report to the executive office once we come back from our training and provide, where did we go, when, how are we going to use what we learned? The very same thing you were asking, how are we going to use that, what we learned in our program? How do we benefit from it? That's what we need answering. It's like, I don't know, how can we? Well, I don't go to a lot of trainings, but my trainings are usually held in the fall, October, November, December, September, and that's National Indian Education, because I'm a member of that. National Congress of American Indian, I'm a member of that. National Johnson O'Malley Association, I'm a member of that. So I'm a member in good standing with these different organizations. So, networking and being able to go and talk to these different tribes, not to just learn what they're doing, but to learn about their culture and all that. So because we're all share this common ground, and that's we're Native Americans, and that we were treated badly by the U.S. government. That's what we have in common. And I'm here for the Native students. I'll do what I can to make every child eligible for JUM services.
Okay.
Any way we can. Okay, I'll shut up.
Well, let me just say, I appreciate the fact that you're the only one in there and you're actually doing that. I will say that, but I would like the report to reflect more on what you plan to implement from these trainings, because like we said, you go to these trainings and that costs money that could go back directly to the classroom. So to justify that money being spent on these trainings, that's great, the sightseeing and stuff, but I'd really be more interested in what you plan to implement to help our tribal citizens.
One other thing, I'm sorry. Registration for these conferences aren't cheap. They're probably pricey, But, I always tell even the new council members, come and visit us. I'm local. I'm here in town, Seminole. If you're around, stop by, visit us at the office, have a cup of coffee, drink some water. We got some pop, that type. Come and visit us, because that's what we want. And sometimes it's hard to bring this, what we have, to you guys in a report, because it doesn't really clear everything up. You have questions about, what in our report. And so I always say, come on by, we're there. So I encourage you I invite you to come and visit us.
Representative Spencer, are you for? Okay. Representative Gonzalez, you got a question for him? Okay.
He is such a giving person that he's concerned about the students. He takes out of his own pocket and helps students. Not only does he help students, but he helps the family of students that are in need. So, I give him a lot of credit for what he does and his caring nature of our students.
Representative Borba?
Yes, I would like to say that I've seen Mr. Harjo in action. He is one person, he's the only person in our JUM, and he takes the time, to visit each school in his district, and sometimes more than one. A lot of times if they have the JOM committee meetings, then he takes time out of his schedule after hours to come and do that too. So I do commend him. He's one person and he's doing a good job.
Meadow. Okay, Meadow, Mr. Harjo. And I just wanted to say, yes, I've reiterated to my directors that we want travel reports that specify what they learn and how they're going to implement in their programs. And so when they get back, I've been shooting out those emails of where's your reports?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right, Meadow.
Thank you, Mr. Harjo.
Mr. Representative Spencer, you have a next.
I like to call the trust fund there, but really call judgment fund with Mrs. Williams, Madonna Williams. Is she here?
And real quick, we're under reports of committees, but do y'all want to just keep it as reports of committees and directors as well? I just realized that when he was up here. Is that okay with everybody? Because directors are under new business, but that way we can get them through. Okay, so we have judgment fund, and she's coming. Somebody's vibrating your phone. Hello.
Yes. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate you. We don't have a trust fund board in place yet, but we're working on that. So since we are a new council, I know there's several been on here before, would you just highlight your different programs that you have, and then how many, and then from there, I guess we can talk ARPA.
Okay, we do have the burial program.
It's not
The ARPA burial program, the ARPA clothing program, the elderly program, and then we have the HEBT, which is the undergrad and incentive program.
Okay. And then how much is now this is on ARPA, right? So how much is the burial allowance now?
The burial program is a total of $5,000. $300 of that goes directly to the responsible party that signs the funeral home contract and does our application. That's for food, flowers, or whatever that individual wants to use the funds for. And a $4,700 goes to direct funeral costs. And that after we receive a death certificate from the funeral home, we send all payments directly to the funeral home.
And then,
on the $300 that you send out, there are some concerned citizens that they're not getting that check until after the funeral. That is supposed to go for the pre-funeral expenses. Why, is there a reason why we're not getting those out to them?
I cannot answer. We submit, Judgment Fund, submit the information to accounting. We always receive a response by email saying, yes, we received this. From that, it's from accounting, and then it goes to the treasury. Yes, there is some concerns, individuals that they expect the check the same day, which, you know, they have a lot of things going with their, you know, with their services and everything. And we try to make it to the family easy for them. So we try to get a check as fast as we can, but we do not have control on how fast the process is. Once we submit the documentation, that's beyond our control.
Chief, can we make that a priority to get those through the system for those families?
When they bring them to us, they are. Now, again, the process, that would be through accounting and treasury, and I don't, because a lot of times the burial checks, they're walking them in. So I can't say if they just got them or if she's calling or the family's calling. I know they brought to us and said, here's a burial check, we need this signed, and we sign it. So whatever the process from when they submit it to the other departments to us, it's in the in-between. So if you, I don't know.
Yeah, it used to be, we submit to accounting, they process immediately, walk it down to treasury obtains the signature or process, whatever the process is there,
get signatures from the executive, and then prepare the check for us to receive it or pick it up on behalf of the family.
Can we get a timeline on that, like maybe 24 hours from the time that the family notifies them
And
to
if
get
you-
that check out to them?
Yes, we definitely can. And if you want accounting and treasurer, because again, when she turns it in, it goes through them before it comes. And they have walked in and said, we have a burial. They're here for it now. But how long they've had it, I don't know. So, but definitely we can implement that and make sure that they're aware of that and that those departments are aware that once they get it, they need to be walking it and going through.
I think that would help the families because they're already in distress anyway.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
you know, they don't need to be worrying about trying to get that for the food to
Yes.
feed the families and stuff.
And then how much is our clothing allowance under ARPA?
Right now, it is $200.
200? Okay, and then your other,
Now, the funding for the ARPA clothing as well as the ARPA burial, the funding will end this year, December 31st. There will be no more ARPA.
2025.
Yes, 2025. Now, January 1st, 2026, Judgment Fund will start again at $3,300. $300 for the family, $3,000 towards funeral expense. And then the clothing will change. It will go back down to $100 per child from pre-K 4 years old to 12th grade high school.
Okay, and what's the elder program?
And that it remains the same. It is $2,000. A tribal member will receive a one-time payment of $2,000 once they reach their 62nd birthday.
Okay.
And like for all programs in the Judgment Fund, we require 2 cards. Your CDIB card and your Single Nation Judgment Fund. Oh, excuse me, Single Nation Tribal card for Judgment programs.
So we're going to be seeing some adjustments going down after,
That is correct.
after December 31st. So that's one thing I wanted the council to be aware of because of your band members. And the other program was?
The undergrad and the incentive, that will remain the same. There's no, the amounts still vary between freshman, it receives 400, sophomore it's 500, junior is 7, and if you're a senior then it's 800. That's per semester. The incentive program, well, the undergrad only requires you to have 12 hours or more and maintain a GPA of 2.5. Now, the incentive program requires you to have 15 hours or more and maintain a GPA of 3.0 or higher. And that individual will receive a $500 incentive directly to them.
Do you by any chance know what our balance is? I mean, I can look it up of our trust fund. You know, it used to be 40 million. I hear now it's 35 or what? Do you know that or not?
I believe it was 36.3.
Okay. I can look it up. I'm just curious how that's gone down.
We just recently received the report from Treasury Department, so I did not actually look at it. It just fairly new, so.
And you know where that's posted? Is it posted on the judgment?
No, it is not posted. It goes directly from the Treasury office to the Judgment Fund office to the board members.
Okay.
Of course, the executive office should receive a copy of it.
So is our enrollment continuing, our children and all that going up, increasing, or are we leveled off, or where are we on?
No, it is increasing every year. And we have, the last count that we had for the children's clothing, we had over 6,000 kids eligible to receive. Of course, we do not have, if we are to fund each individual at $200, we will never make it. We'll run out before that.
somebody had a question.
Yeah, there's a couple others. Okay, Representative Yahola and then Representative Dethridge.
Hello.
Now, I understand, of course, ARPA funds applies back to the judgment fund,
Mhm.
because we were actually on the brink as far as heading down to that 35 million threshold I want to believe.
Correct. 35. Yeah, right now, yeah, it's a little over 36 savings.
Eventually, we're going to exhaust the ARPA funds. The funding that's used to supplement those programs is no longer going to be available. That's basically going on. So everyone had to understand that last council, when they did this, whenever this action was taken, this was bound to happen. It was going to happen. It was going to run out of these funds. This is typical what happens to the trust fund as far as the interest that we're supposed to be accumulating to run these programs. You know, the funding's not there, the interest rates aren't there anymore.
Yeah.
We're well aware of this. So as far as projection wise, once these ARPA funds are exhausted, by supplementing these programs, how close as far as longevity are we looking before we start cutting more programs? We know that in the past, we had to cut programs because we couldn't support them anymore because of the lack of funding. But we're going to hit that 35 pretty soon.
Well, the board will have to, yeah, we're very close. The board, once we establish a trust fund board, they're gonna have to look at that. Because it is, unfortunately, it is reduced, the amount is reduced, and we may have to decrease funding on some services.
My problem is just that the ARPA funding is actually just gave a false sense of hope that was actually, now, it was needed, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But this time was coming, so it wasn't unexpected.
Yes.
And no one should be surprised that this is coming.
Yes. Representative Dethridge, and then we've met our time limit.
Ms. Williams, can you tell me how often do you or who updates your judgment fund webpage?
That is totally up to IT.
And as director, would you be looking at your webpage and see? The reason I'm asking that is I attended a meeting with the chief a day or so ago, and your name came up about something, I don't know whether we want to expound on that today or not, where you denied somebody. But I got to looking at your webpage, and it talks about that the council has temporarily suspended the Seminole Nation Judgment Fund Assistance Program. The Seminole Nation Judgment Fund Burial Assistance Program will remain suspended until it's expected to be until December 31st, 2024. That was last year.
Yes.
So again, if somebody, and I don't look at your webpage quite often, I mean, never, but I did last night. And so we need to have everything, the nation, and it's not just your department, ma'am, I'm gonna tell you. Everybody that has a web page that's talking about the Seminole Nation and the services that we administer, their web pages are out of date. And so I asked my wife, because of the situation that you found yourself in when you denied this lady, I asked my wife, I said, look and see if you can tell me when it says something about when you apply for burial assistance. Couldn't find it, but I mean, that was, I don't know. I'm just asking that, you know, that maybe your department and others, and you know, that the chief can expound upon to start looking at their web pages and make certain that our tribal members receive the services that they are there for them.
Yeah, we're in the process of updating the information on the judgment fund programs and also the applications. We're in process of doing that right now. That's why the information for concerning the 2024, that was originally the date to end ARPA. The council here passed an extension for this year, December 31st, 25, to end the funding for ARPA. And that, I think that was by resolution.
And that was a year or so ago, okay. But again, can you tell me, if I passed away and my wife is distraught, how much time in days, weeks, or minutes does she have to call the judgment fund and ask for some burial assistance?
On the information is 90 days from the date of death. You have to submit an application with the proper documentation, which is the 2 IDs, CIB, and Simulation Tribal Enrollment, the funeral home contract, and the application itself.
And so the answer is 90 days from death.
Correct.
Okay, so the situation that the chief talked about, that person, that they wouldn't pass 90 days, is what you're saying?
No, that is a different.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, the time frame was, to submit the application was within the 90 days. It is, with the ARPA program, there is no reimbursement for funeral paid. So the individual had paid the funeral cost, but prior to that, the individual called our office. We explained the program. We explained that there is no reimbursement. And if the funeral home required a letter, a promissory letter, promise to pay for our tribal members, we send it to the funeral home. And that's been working through the state of Oklahoma and even out of state. As long as we have give them a promissory letter, they'll wait for payment and still process the funeral service. That was also informed at the time of inquiry. We mailed the individual the application. It does state it on the application also that there will be no reimbursement. And also the other requirements for the application.
Okay, I say all of that with this pretense. I know that you needed a trust fund management board. They would help you in this situation as a general rule. That would be something that would fall under the purview.
Correct. If there's a appeal, it goes to the trust fund board. They make the decision on that. If the individual is still not satisfied, then it'll go to the Simulation Appeals Board. That will be the final say, is the appeals board decision.
That's how I remember it when I served as a trust fund management board person. And so I thank you for that. I say all of this just to say this to our council reps, that if the chief puts your name out there, don't just arbitrarily say, hey, I'm too busy, I don't want to do this, because some of these boards are very, very important. All of them are important, but some are more important. So don't just arbitrarily say, nope, I don't want it, I just want to serve on the council and get my $200. You know, no, that's not what they say, but that's basically what happens. So I'm scolding the council is what I'm ready to do here.
Miss Madonna, and appeals board, if you can get with them on that one.
Yes.
I notified them earlier that you would be.
Okay.
Okay. Representative Petit, and then, yes, we've exhausted after that.
Chair, I was looking at some of my older resolutions, and I think as far as her, you said you thought the current borough of $5,000 expires the 31st of this year.
Correct.
Okay, according to this resolution 24-106, it states further resolved, General Council directs suspension of the current Simulation Oklahoma Judgment Fund Burial Assistance Program until the earlier of the American Rescue Plan Act of 21 tribal burial assistance obligated funds being expended, or until December 31st of 2026.
26?
Yes. And that was passed on December 10th of 24. I'd like
Okay, all right. Okay, then we duly noted and we'll get back to her.
Resolve the issue that you've been dealing with here.
No.
Which I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, no, it won't resolve, but it'll help with future, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct you on what
Yes.
that was stated.
Yes, we'll definitely get her a copy. Yes, we will.
Yeah,
Okay,
like I said, it's TR 2024-106.
okay. But for that, duly noted, and we need to move on. Thank you, Miss Madonna. Okay, quick announcement, the princesses have an event and they need to leave. If we want the committee, they need to come now. Also with them, I do have a guardian. He's over OAP. If you need him, it'd be best now. If not, then can we dismiss them? Yeah, princesses have an event, and so if you needed the committee, if not, then, and then also the director for OAP, he's guardian over his sister. So if you need them. Anybody, oh, Representative Chupko, I see your.
I don't think we need them. I mean, we can discuss what needs to be discussed without any of them being here.
Okay, so no committee reports or no director reports, questions? Representative Spencer? Oh, Representative Monique, no? Okay.
Can I ask the secretary to review email I just sent her?
An email? She's not connected. Okay, all right, then if nobody has anything for the committee or for OAP, I'm gonna, Representative Lena? Yes.
So the Princess Committee, the Princess Committee, are the princesses or is it the committee?
The
Or
committee,
director?
the committee is on reports. The committee has to report. So if you want questions from the committee, they're present, but the princesses have an event, so they're going. And then OAP is guardian over his sister, so he is going.
Okay. I was just wondering why the committee,
I've always known that's how they travel, I guess, the committee with the princesses. I don't know if you want to ask her that. I think they're here. Is anybody from the committee? From my understanding, I just got a message that the princesses need to go, so the princess committee needs to leave because if princesses have an event.
Okay.
Yeah. And I guess that's normally how it operates? Yeah, okay. Okay, anybody, any other board or director? Yeah. Representative.
BCR, please. Danielle Atkinson.
BCR and land.
And Danielle Atkinson.
Thank you, girls.
I'm not getting that over.
Okay. And then. Just look it up and it sound like it came on. Go ahead.
Okay, it'll be a couple of questions. The first question I have is the statement that went out that prohibited Chapel members from hunting and fishing on the land. Can I ask you what channels of authority it went through for that to be put on the website?
We consulted with the attorney for the BCR Commission, our commissioners. Once we worked with our attorney to create the statement, it went to the chiefs and to the AG's office before it was released. We got buy-in from all of our commissioners and then approval from the chiefs and the AGs before it was sent to communications.
Okay. This question is for Danielle. I know that a lot of people are upset that that was put in place. Can you explain why it was critical at that time for that statement to be released? Was there any urgency behind it?
Yes, the immediate urgency was complaints that we had from adjoining landowners. There were enormous amount, an increase or an uptick noticeable not just by us and by complaints we received by adjoining landowners, but also Light Horse had received multiple calls they had to respond to. And so the immediate concern was there were threats of if anyone parked on certain properties, windshields were going to be busted out, and windows were going to be shot out. And that just created chaos and it unnecessarily. And so the law was already on the books. Trespass is already part of Title 36, which is encompassed by your game and fish laws. So we just basically announced notice of what's already been adopted by General Counsel.
Real quick, can you clarify land so that everybody's aware of what land you're talking about?
Okay, and the other sense of emergency that we had was that that weekend, it was going to be rifle hunting. And so we didn't want property owners complaining and threatening our tribal members and then guns being involved too. And so what we are talking about, and when we were doing this memo and talking to our leadership, was this only applies to lands owned by the nation. The deed is in the nation's name because the council has final say of how that land is used, and the council has not voted on what lands to open up for hunting and fishing, and we need to have time to make sure that there's a survey done so that we make sure that hunters that we allow out there aren't trespassing onto neighboring lands. There needs to be fencing to mark the property, and we need to have parking so that those complaints from a particular landowner don't come up. And as you know, the council has already approved some parcels of land for construction projects. And so if those were to be opened up for hunting or fishing, then we would want some sort of language to say that once ground is broken for those projects, that hunting and fishing cease. We also know that the Mission property has always been open to fishing, especially fishing derby during the summer, but I believe that the executive office got a complaint that somebody was hunting out here. And again, the council has not opened up any lands for hunting or fishing. And so we want to bring that to the council. And that's all that was all our statement was pertaining to was land owned by the nation, not personal property.
And it's important to note as well that even when you guys give us permission to open certain properties for the purpose of maybe solely just hunting or maybe solely just fishing, that's great. It's going to take time to prep those properties to get them ready. And like Sharon mentioned, surveys, exterior boundaries are important to identify, fence, and there's other things like parking, having a safe area of parking, and developing like the regulatory framework. Yeah, and policy to be able to do like a permitting process. And certain areas may be open for bow hunting. Like we own 300 acres in the middle of town. It's with a few hundred feet of a college parking lot. It's across the street from a hospital. It's on the same side of the highway as a children's museum. Those are things we have to be conscious about in making this regulatory framework moving forward.
Representative Carpenter, you done?
This, I just, off the top of my head, maybe Deval, I might need your help in this question too. Let's say that we had tribal members go out onto one of our tribal lands and accidentally someone was in a line of fire while they were hunting and they were killed. What kind of repercussions are we looking at legally if something were to happen like that?
Definitely. You need the microphone. Last time we couldn't hear you.
I mean, this is this on? Yes. This is so, why it is so important that all of this is regulated, because someone could sue us if they are killed on our property. We would have arguments that we would make in defense, but that would be so horrible when it is something we can just regulate by having permits and knowing how many people are out there. And again, we're not regulating you hunting on your own land, okay? This is just land owned by the nation, and the nation could be sued if someone was hurt or killed while hunting on our land. And that's why we need regulations and people to sign waivers. It's still horrible, but if you sign a waiver, we have a better defense.
Okay, I have one more question. Compared to the other 4 tribes, are we how do we look when it comes to getting ourselves in compliance with hunting and fishing?
We're mirroring the exact successful, proven, they've already adopted similar codes, all of the wildlife codes, especially for the 5 civilized tribes in a reciprocal agreement. All of our codes mirror each other very similarly. They all have trespassing codes or land use authorization codes written in that initially, essentially do the same exact thing. This is just, in my opinion, this is what modern tribal sovereignty looks like in action today. And it's making us a part of something. And the reciprocal agreement is historic. I mean, we're opening up eastern half of Oklahoma for tribal members to be able to hunt and fish. And I think we should be proud of that.
Okay, I'm done.
Representative Yahola, and then Petit, and then Gunville.
My question was pertaining to the notification as far as tag renewals. Now, I noticed y'all switched over to using cards now, and it seems a bit, information is put it on a card and it's accessible. Now, was that done because of cost?
It was done, one, because we got new software that enabled us to do cards, and yes, it was a decrease in our mailing mailing costs. There were some concerns, and we brought that to our commission, and our commission instructed the tag office to take off some of the identification information that are on those postcards.
Okay, but that is the new process, though, is to send out those cards.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll get with y'all later and discuss that. Thank you.
Representative Petit?
Yes, Chair. I know that we're probably ahead of what we were going to have to vote on here and further on in the agenda, but what I want to say is it's basically a housekeeping issue as far as this wildlife, hunting, fishing. We've got to establish rules and regulations on how that's going to take place. And just like the previous council did before, whenever we first kind of started, we had to adopt traffic regulations. And we adopted Title 47 of the state of Oklahoma's driving. And yet, while we still should go back and, we need to clean that up because it's got a lot of stuff in it that we don't need or is applicable to our nation. But still, that's the same way this is going to be. Adopt some kind of deal to get started, then we can come back and clean it up as we see that, which is in relation to what we need in our territory. And that's all I'm saying as far as that. And like I said, later on, we're going to have to vote on that and just keep from having to bring the question up again so we can hopefully speed through that agenda. That's just what I want to say. It's just a housekeeping item.
I agree, Representative Petit. Your code of law should be a living and breathing document.
Representative Gunville?
Fall back and, and the safety concern definitely is big. And the ideals that she put out there, they're great. In the future to have, your people being able to hunt, fish, even mentioning that, maybe even having a way to take your elders or handicap out there and pick them up too, the ones that don't have access to get out there. A lot of good stuff was in place, and I know people are upset, which I'm all for people hunting and fishing. I love fishing, and I don't do as much hunting. But, it is something that needs to be in place before somebody does get hurt. I don't know, like I said, if the fishing can just be opened up, which, I don't know, like I said, if that's just an option and leave the hunting out, but.
Yeah, no, the fishing at the mission.
Still.
Yes. Okay. And I'm okay with that unless they're saying otherwise, but I'm okay with it. My concern was we did get a call, somebody was just right up over the ridge hunting and they left, the person left. And so I just want to make sure, and I think it was just the fact of the term or not putting out, people didn't understand nation-owned compared to private trust family heir land. That was two completely separate things, and we were not saying anybody couldn't go on their own property. It was what south of here that the nation's purchased, and then of course up there by the Phillips property, those areas. And as you know, they're surrounded by cattle and everybody else's neighbors, and it was them all complaining, people coming on and hunting near their cattle or their homes and things. And we just want to make sure that our people were safe and abiding the laws of the state. Representative Spencer?
I know our landlady, not the way it sounds, has enough work to do, but I still would like, and I've talked with you before, if this council, since we're part of the nation and property, if we could be provided a copy of all the property that's owned by our nation and the county, so that we have an idea, because those properties have been purchased through our funds. And so I just think we have a right to know where all our properties, however you do that, to maybe find a list or a map, just something, because I don't even know how many acres of land we own. So.
I assure you, Danielle knows exactly how much of the acreage that the nation owns. And what I've requested for her to do is to create a priority list that the council representatives can look at first, would be best for hunting and fishing, hunting especially, and make a list. But because of how we're set up, that list will need to go to our commissioners for them to review and have us change if they so desire before it is given to the chief in the AG's office before consideration for the council. So that is something that we are working on. She knows exactly how much acreage and where and what properties that she would recommend to our commissioners.
Thank you.
All right, we've exhausted our time, but if anybody else, is that it? Okay, Madeo. Any other reports or committee? Representative Harjo?
Higher
and then
education,
Pittman.
please.
higher education, and then Representative.
It'll be
Bowman
quick,
for
I'm
the
sure no one
next-
else has a question about education.
Tara. Oh, okay. This one is a lot better than that one with the cord. You just have to flip it up, I think.
Hello?
Hey, how are you, Ms. Factory? Thank you for being here today. I just had a few questions about the adult ed program. I noticed that it was decreasing a little bit. I was wondering if you had any marketing strategies or recruitment strategies to get that back up?
I'm trying to work on some of that, trying to, I've incorporated more, like doing radio shows with, trying to advertise that way, advertising through our newspapers, passing out more flyers. And then I'm wanting to implement like an open house to show some of the improvements that we've made on that. We have brand new computers because the other ones were buffering so bad. And that was one thing that got them discouraged. It's like, oh, we're sitting here waiting on it, to bump up the next deal. And so it was taking a long time for them on their lessons to even pull up. And then a lot of our GED constituents don't have a vehicle. And so we do run into that. I have personally volunteered my ride to go pick them up and drop them back off at different times to be of assistance in that way. And then I do make sure they are informed of transit, that they need to make sure they do the 24-hour. If they need a phone, they can use the phone there to contact them right while they're there. And so I'm working on ways of doing that. I'm also networking with other tribes to try to see what they do to try to, assist their tribal members that maybe we might be able to implement to help our people. But some of it is, and I'm not trying to downplay anybody or their situation, but I know they're struggling and they're working at some of the jobs like McDonald's, for instance, that are real, I guess, just demanding. You need to be here, and they don't see the importance of them trying to be able to, better themselves through the GED program. And so I do, I'm working on trying to adjust my schedule, because I'm a one-man show, one-woman show for adult ed and higher ed, but trying to maybe on the days that are not as pressing for higher ed, to maybe stay later where they can come in the evening if they need to. It's not been done yet, but it may be something that I could do to help, maybe come in at like 9 or 10 and say till 7 or 8, so that they could, I'm not trying to take any more funding for salary or anything, but try to, alleviate their stress to be able where they could come in the evenings or something like that. But yeah, I'm really looking for ways to try to encourage them. And there are some that they struggle, and it's just trying to build up their self-esteem. And
Yes, in regards to the job readiness program, how many of your participants actually are gaining employment through that program?
And that's something that was just implemented, so I don't have a whole lot of statistics on that yet.
Would you say it's a success?
So far, I'm trying to implement resume building, job interview skills. I'm also going to be working with Emma through job placement and training to have interview skills sessions where they have a mock interview and where they can sit through some of the sessions and actually go through a job interview as it would be, to help them there. And then also with their verbal skills, communication skills, and attire.
Yes, ma'am.
That, you don't want to go in and ask for a job wearing your holy jeans and your cut-off sleeves.
Yeah, and honestly, that's it. That's the only questions I had. But I also just want to tell you how much I appreciate the data you included in your report. The numbers show consistent communication with students, or with prospective students who are on the verge of actually completing their applications, and the communications to help them finalize that.
Yes.
So I'd just like to commend you, because you are a one-woman show, and happen to be giving out flowers, so I thought we should give yours also. So thank you, and that's all I got.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No other questions? Okay, but any other committee, Terrell Commission.
Can we have roads committee too?
Who?
Roads.
Roads.
Roads after that, okay. Taro, I know they are, let me see. Yes, I need commission, Trying to avoid it.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just give us an update. We have had some turnover, we've had some terminations. What are we doing now to modify the adult program, make sure that people who are applying are qualified, and what's the line of communication with the new executive team, and how is Taro implementing those themes? So just want
Right now, we have a committee that had, well, we did have a committee that had 3, which was me, Anthony Conley, and Terry Haney. I just was informed that Terry Haney stepped down.
She doesn't want to be reappointed, or
Yeah. She doesn't want to be reappointed. And we no longer have a director for Taro. So there's a job opportunity for somebody out there. We had, the last meeting I went to, I haven't been to, I didn't go the last, we didn't have one. We were supposed to be having one, so. But the last meeting I went to, we just got updates, and y'all already have those, already got those updates, because that's what you asked last time, so. But
Do you know what we're doing to actively advertise for a new director? That was the reason why I wanted to call Taro up, is because we're still doing business, but we don't have a director. And has any of the qualifications changed or been updated for the director?
I don't know about that, because the director just got let go about a week ago, just recently.
Well, and she resigned.
Yeah, she resigned.
She did resign, and we did dismiss her 3 days early because in the last 30 days, she has not been in office. She's been on travel status. And so technically right now, anybody who had been coming in was either being, we were being notified by Miss Emma Wesley Harjo, or anybody else that was out there and people were coming in and looking for her. Now, as of then, we're going to ask Miss Emma Wesley to help on the part of the adult services. I've mentioned to BCR to take over a little bit on the fees, and then possibly put under language the artistry, because even with that, when we thought she was in office, we would get emails, hey, do you know whereabouts she is? Is she meeting with us up at the complex, because we have somebody here for her. We didn't know where she was at. So in the last 30 days, more so, she's been on travel. And I'm assuming, I don't, by phone and email is what she would tell us, but I don't know who actively she was working with or how many people, because they would notify us if somebody come in, and it was only been, I think, 2 notifications that somebody physically came in here.
So those were by appointment, correct? Or were they walk-ins?
They were walk-ins.
Okay.
And that's how we knew she wasn't even there when the days that she should have been there. So, and she resigned, but we went ahead and dismissed, yesterday would have been her last day, but we went ahead and dismissed her on Tuesday.
One of my concerns is when we start sharing resources, the problem is if this department has been allocated this amount of money, and I have nobody to hold accountable as to if the money is going to another department because they're taking over those fees, or if we're just on hold with that money and somebody else is doing the training for free.
Well, right now it's kind of on hold because, again, nobody's come through. We haven't been notified of anybody actually coming and needing services or looking at programs right now. And trying to get information on things hasn't been forthcoming as well. So it's been advertised. I don't think it's been updated. It's stayed as it is. So it's been advertised. If anybody wants to apply, anybody knows of anybody, it's on the website. But that again is a one-man department. So that's why we were needing somebody here and somebody accessible, because it is a one-man department. And then the other department that's a two-man department was assisting and doing more of the, helping in office, so.
Can you send the council the advertisement that's been sent out? Or I hadn't looked at the website to see if it's on there.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'll double check and I will, and then if the job description, if you need that, okay.
So we can send it out as well.
I'll let HR know.
Thank
Okay. Okay, Widow. Representative Spencer had asked for roads. Is there anybody here from roads? The one with no cord works better. Yes, yep. Should just flick it up. Yep, push the button or flick it up.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, Rich Maloney from the Roads Committee for Transportation. So it feels weird to be on this side.
Okay, Representative Spencer?
Well, we were just, had concern. This is not on. I think they have TR 2025-141 coming up on the quarter report.
Yeah, that's the FHA for the transportation, and that's so that way they could go ahead and set a deal with the BIA. They can go ahead and draw down those funds and go ahead and work with the bridges and the roads and skip the oversight of the BIA. So it's a good thing for the nation. It really is good for the nation. It'll give the opportunity for the chief to also look over on it and sign on it too, right? So, yeah, the checks and balances, and then also too that the FHA program is really good because you got to wait on the BIA. Some things could take up to 10 to 12 years with the BIA, or longer, or wait for the drawdown. So it's a really good thing. So we just need.
My understanding is that there has to be an engineer with that program.
Correct, and that's where transportation has the CMGC in place right now.
Can you tell us what those acronyms stand for?
Construction management and general contracting. That's what it stands for. So you have the one that does the funding, the budgets, and you have the ones that overlook the plans, the engineering, the design phase, meaning like, so for example, the engineering on the architects, on the blueprints and all that stuff before it goes into approval with the subs and the general contractor.
And we have an engineer on staff now?
I believe they do right now. So, but the CM is actually been just terminated. That was the consultant to make sure that you're in federal regulations on the ARPA projects, on federal jobs.
Do you know where we are on these ARPA projects through what the committee or what the director, whoever is?
No, I don't actually, because when I sat on that side, where that seat that you're at today, actually the back seat right here, I've been trying to find out what's going on with all these ARPA projects. A few of us council members was checking into it, but we were told not to be informed on it. And it was rough because that's the people's money, the ARPA money. And a lot of these projects, I sat on the panel too with some of these construction before they were even hired. And I try to get as much as I can. I do have some evidence on what happened with the different kinds of numbers that between the treasurer and at the last administration. And as you can see, some right now, some construction is moving now, but during that time, there was really no construction moving as much before. So the numbers, I've been trying to get the numbers for the longest time.
Can we call your director up here? She should have those numbers.
She's not my director, she's the director of transportation. But she's,
Can we have her too, since we're doing both at the same time?
Rachel, if you could please come up.
and just remember, this ARPA projects are split up too with different departments too. You got the housing renovation and then transportation that fell into their hands too from the last administration.
Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Dinwiddie. I'm the Director of Department of Transportation. Are we talking about the ARPA projects, or do we want to talk about the transportation? ARPA, okay. So the ARPA projects that we have, I listed in our report for transportation. We were asked by the Chief of Staff at the time to volunteer our services because we had a CMGC contract going on, and they wanted to expedite these ARPA projects, the ones that are listed in my report. Those are the only ones that we have anything to do with. We got it into a CMGC program, which is basically bundled together. It kind of shrinks the procurement process a lot. It is a federal alternative contract method. It's approved by the feds. It's used by the feds. The contractors that we hire have to follow a certain method. The program, we call it the program, the CMGC program, when they conduct business with the tribe. So we have the construction manager, we have a DM, which is design manager, we have ICE, which is an independent cost estimator, and then we have our quality assurance, and they're all independent, and they all report to us, the owner, Seminole Nation. Now, our part in this whole thing was to get these to construction. We do not have in transportation any of the authority for the finances, budgeting, signature authority, any of that. And I've put that in my report that you can reference, what we were able to do and what the past administration's responsibilities were. Now, we were only volunteering to get it to a contract, but things happened and people were let go and people changed, and we stuck with it, and now we're managing the construction side of it. We're not managing the financial side of it. And that is where I think a lot of the rumors where all the money's been spent and we don't have any projects, and that's where all of that came from. So in the June meeting, Mr. David Narkemy came to me and showed me a report that the treasurer had given at the June quarterly meeting that said the money was expended. For example, $5 million for IHS was expended. It wasn't expended. It was encumbered in a purchase order. It was not spent. It's still there. We're still using it. But that's how the reporting system and the accounting works. When you get a purchase order, they subtract that from your total budget. It doesn't show up in your total budget. So if you have a $5 million budget, you have a $5 million purchase order, your remaining budget is going to be zero. And that's what the report was. And I didn't realize that was going on until Mr. Narkemy brought the treasurer's report to me and said, look, you've expended all these funds. Well, no, they're still there. We just had to, at the October 1, liquidate purchase orders and have those purchase orders reissued. My department doesn't have the authority to do that either. So we had to work with the executive office and have those purchase orders put back in place. So that's about the authority that we have. Now, where we're at on those projects, I got Mission Head Start. That's the Head Start building that we're building out here at the Mission. That's still in pre-construction. Some of these projects, even though they had a budget with them, they weren't well thought out. They weren't well prepared. There was no site civil work included, the cost of site civil work. There was no utility work included. It was just here, build the building. Well, you have to have all these things in place. So transportation is building a parking lot for the Head Start mission. I mean, the Mission Head Start. So we were going to, because we were doing the civil and site civil work for that, that was going to be the last project constructed under ARPA, because we could do the civil work and build the parking lot and move the utilities and stuff and be prepared to build the Head Start at the Mission. IHS expansion, that is under pre-construction. We've had some site work go on over there, some utility work. That's under budget, on schedule.
Could you elaborate the issues we're having with that, please?
Okay, so the dental expansion was really a main issue. I'm not really sure, I really don't want to speak to the tenant improvement and the, what is it? The lease agreement. I don't really know detail on that, but as far as the dental expansion, all of the ARPA projects and the permissions for those, the approvals, where they were going to be located, how big they were going to be, were all executive office approvals. I can't make those approvals. I can't say, oh, well, we're not building the swimming pool this size, we're building it this size, and we're putting it over here. That is not my decision making. We gave the executive office 3 choices or 3 options for dental expansion. They chose one. We gave that to the IHS. Their designer, Rodrigo Redhouse, designed the build out for it and had decreased chairs. And we didn't know why that had happened, because we're spending money to increase chairs, not decrease chairs. So we took that to executive office, and we're in talks about that now, about, what are we doing with the dental expansion? We want extra chairs. We don't want to decrease chairs. If we go with their design, we have to change our design, which costs more money. So we're in the talks of that. The other thing was the drive-through pharmacy. We are not aware of where the actual pharmacy is going to be after these renovations. So we're building and with pneumatic tubes going into a pharmacy that we don't know that's even going to exist there. So we're not in construction with that because we don't have those answers yet. And that's one of the things that we're meeting about and have met about.
If I can elaborate a little more on that. CINDOC they've been trying to get leases with IHS to these expansions, and that was not done. And so I am backtracking through emails that I have to find out where exactly the changes come. So far, IHS had not made those changes, and neither has CINDOC, so I'm trying to track those, where those changes actually came from, because I do have emails from previous, and so we're trying to figure that out. Go ahead. Representative Petit and then Pittman.
Chair, as y'all have discussed here, the development plans and expanding the Indian Health Services Unit and pharmacy, that's what this resolution says. It doesn't authorize anybody the opportunity to spend any money on it. It just says develop a plan, propose a budget. And I think that's what our band has been concerned about, is supposedly there's $5 million here that we appropriated, which was the people's money, come out of their ARPA money. We appropriated to do these, but we wanted to know what it cost to do, because the report we had been given by the IHS was December of 2018 was what it was dated. The previous chief, he received it, I think, in March of 22. And then we passed this resolution, TR 2043, and that's what it said. It says basically develop, plan, propose a budget. And our band's concern was it was $2.675 million is what they had provided us. All we wanted to know was, because that thing at the time was probably 4 or 5 years old, we were sure that probably your labor costs had increased and your material costs had increased and everything. And if that would have came to $3.5 million, I don't think anybody on this council would have had a problem with that. And then we could have took that other $1.5 million and reappropriated it back to benefit the people and other services. And that's been our concern is, and you mentioned also the dental facility. That was a grant. Why did we even have to spend any money on that? We should have Monday morning went over and wrote them a check. I mean, give them a call and say, hey, the council's approved giving you some money, and here's the check. Who do we make it out to? And that's been our band's concern all this time was, we basically, there's $6.2 million there that nobody really had permission to spend. Now, $1.2 million, I don't have a problem with but that should just went to them. I mean, like I said, and when you look at this, that treasurer's report, there's like $88,000 or so that's been spent out of that. Why? I mean, why would you spend $88,000 to have a grant? That makes no sense at all. I mean, like I said, postage probably wouldn't cost you 50 cents, but that's just kind of my thoughts on that. It was, this council should have kept more control over what took place and kept an eye on all this stuff that took place because we had a duty and obligation to our members of our nation to make sure we could help them because I've always said that ARPA money was money given to this nation for the members of our nation to recover from the effects of COVID-19. And I think we've failed the people in that direction. But anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on that. I mean, y'all can.
And I appreciate that. I really do. I can appreciate that. I know that when we came on board with the CMGC, it was because these projects, which already had a budget by the time I got here, already had the budget and were sorely underfunded. They weren't, like I said, they didn't have any civil work, any of those things. And CMGC would keep them under budget. That method would keep no change orders, all of those types of things. And we could actually do the project maybe within the budget that we have. And so far, everything's under budget. Did you want to talk?
I want this council to keep in mind also pass the resolution for water infrastructure. I've been trying to talk to the treasurer. The treasurer, I don't know if we have enough money or anything. I don't know if you checked into it or what, but that water infrastructure was passed and on this floor and for the resolution. And we got swimming pools and splash pads and all that stuff, but no water. Just drills. So I just want to keep in mind that, it's up to the council here to follow through with all this stuff because it's a lot of work and that water infrastructure was failed before on $8 million. And now it brought it to the attention to this nation to have water here at the Mississippi Mission. And we need to know where that's at.
Representative Pittman, and then Yehola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Petit touched on what I really wanted to ask, but at this point now, can you give the council an update on how many projects we still have outstanding under your purview?
The ones that I am, can y'all hear this?
Yep.
Okay, so the ones that I'm working with are the ones that I listed in my director's report. That's the Mission Head Start, the IHS expansion, Barking Water Head Start, Mission Water Wastewater, Veteran Center Wastewater, the dental expansion, the pool annex, and the water, what Mr. Larney was just talking about. Now, we have a well that we've built. We're getting electricity to it. We've got the transformer out there. We're looking at another location to dig the second well. We went over that in a meeting.
That hadn't been started yet, or?
No, that hadn't been started yet. they were making sure that that was the correct location, but they can start that anytime, I think, within the next couple of weeks.
Are we at the end of this year, or do we have enough money to take us through? The ARPA funds end in 2026. Do we have enough funding to take us through?
Our projects are within budget. That's what the construction people are assuring me. We could actually, I don't know about our side. I don't know about the tribal side. And I hate that. I hate that I don't have that answer. Now, what we can do is we can have our construction team and all of them give us what they have charged the tribe so far, because they're legally responsible for that. So we can have that ready to you with executives' approval. We'll get it from them, send it to the executive, and then they can disseminate it to the council.
That would be helpful.
And just to piggyback on that, that was October 6th or 7th that I was given that well site and told them to go ahead and do. So, and then I also want to iterate with Representative Petit, IHS. I don't know, that's more discussion, because when ARPA funds came in and the tribe took over on some of these expansions and they did not have the lease set for those expansions, now they're trying to figure out what IHS can do because the tribe took over and started doing all of that. So I don't know about the funding source on that through IHS and what's going to happen. Those are discussions we're having as far as, like I said, we're trying to backtrack to see where exactly who started it and who made changes and who's doing what, because IHS is saying they had no involvement. And what I've found so far, they're not, it hasn't been them. Representative Yahola and then Representative Chupko.
I had a question for the roads. Now, here the title is structured a little bit different than some like others. You're actually managing entity over roads. So do you see the budget prior to submitting to the finance committee? Do you approve it, the roads committee?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm on the roads committee. I don't approve nothing. Yeah.
Actually, the title gives the management authority under that title. So do y'all actually get to see the budget prior to submitting to the finance committee?
On the ARPA or on the roads? Yeah, we do see the budgets on that too, but on the ARPA, we didn't see none of that. Okay, I'm just clearing that up right now, that, all of it, you know what I mean? Because the roads, it's all cool. It's the ARPA.
All right, the other question is, you know the carryover when it comes to roads?
Yes. Depends. Right now, they're trying to go to the FHA. Right now, if it's FHA, Federal Highway.
So we've got a balance of about 10 million. Still in transportation.
My question is, tariff, are they involved with all these projects as far as tariff fees?
Yes. We've been paying the tariff fees. They were 2%. They were built into all of the GMP projects, all of the GMP contracts.
All right, thank you.
Representative Chupko.
Yeah, I was just wanting to know where are we at with this visitor center and transit plaza?
Okay, so the Visitor Center Transit Plaza, we had a CM, we terminated for convenience, and we are in the process of the RFQ. We issued the RFQ, we had our pre-proposal meeting, and then we'll be choosing another CM January the 22nd.
When was he terminated?
It was terminated, right off the top of my head. We had to do a 30-day wait. Oh, I don't have the date right on top of my head. It's like I went blank. Do you remember?
I think it was October.
I think November, it had to be October 7th, I believe. Because the 30 days, it was up in November the 7th.
Okay.
And that is I was asked this question too, I don't know if I need to clarify it, but that is an Office of the Transportation Secretary grant. It's an NAE grant. It's not the normal RTTP funding. It's an additional grant.
Projects, do you have like a estimated projection date to have it finished?
Yeah, I put what I have into my report as far as what phases they're under. pre-construction, and the date that we expected it to be completed.
So where are you? One of my main concerns, and one, I've been away from the tribe internally for a while, but even before, one of the main issues here, the grounds here has been our water issue. I mean, it was an issue back then, and we seem like we're still talking about it. So again, tell me where we are on this water infrastructure here on the grounds here. What is ARPA? Is ARPA included in this water?
ARPA is involved in the water infrastructure.
So what's being done?
I have no idea. I've been taking for transportation for payroll.
So the infrastructure.
I put it on the floor here, brought it back. They got it passed.
Well, it should be a priority, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So the infrastructure, we have one well. We were waiting on a couple of reports before we dig the second well. That'll be under construction within the next few weeks. All of the repairs that were done out here, because a lot of the water lines were piecemealed and connected over the years, we had to map all of those and take some of them out. That work has been completed. The other work were the sewage, where a lot of our lines were collapsed. They weren't making it to the lagoons. Those had to be repaired and scoped, and cameras and all of those kind of testing. So that's all been done. They're starting on the lagoons. We had microbes go into the lagoons to eat all the sludge. That took a while. It decreased millions of gallons of sludge that we didn't have to truck out of here. It saved us about $750,000 altogether. And then once that is completed, which is completed now, then we start on the lagoon system. And that's what they're doing now.
Did you ever look, I think Mr. Larney can explain that more, on the other system, sewer system that we talked about?
The veterans? Okay.
Yeah, that's wastewater, I was talking, you were asking about infrastructure, water.
What we could put in.
Well, I don't know now, because I don't know what the budget is. I don't even know. It was 3.2 million or something like that, and now I don't even know what it is. I don't have no idea what because now it came back, we had a paperwork that said it was 2.5 million left, so I don't know. So the executive should know.
I'm going to ask a real silly question. Is the water here safe to drink?
They said that we have the most water in the nation, so we'll
I know,
see.
but is it currently, or is it safe to drink anywhere on this ground?
Probably not,
At one
but
time it wasn't.
No, with the current system that we have. I would say no with the current system that we have. We have
think
Belt Lakes
so.
Lima water that goes to the stand, and the pipe stand is so old that I wouldn't drink it.
Okay, we are exhausted. We need to move on to the next budget. Representative Coker?
One more question. I've been thinking about your position. It sounds like you've got a lot on your shoulders. You've got ARPA projects, you've got transportation, you've got transit, and you've got Seminole Nation maintenance. How do you divide your time between all of those programs?
I have a lot of really good staff. So we have James Notal, who is the fleet service manager, and he does the majority of the shop. We have Mariah Parker, who's the operations manager for transit. And then I have my transportation staff. We have our planner, who is Mr. Narkamy. He's the one with the engineering background that we have. And then I have Jeremy Larney, who's our project manager. And we have a lot of meetings. We have a lot of things. We have a lot of things come up during the day and that type of stuff, but it gets done. And I think, I know that you guys aren't familiar with the CMGC method, but that method is really what has put us over the top, because we hire all the expertise that we need to handle the jobs that we need done. We have quality.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Sorry. We have a quality insurance team that makes sure that every dime we spend is on the up and up. It's certified payroll, certified quantity, certified everything. It's a really good method. as far as making us successful. We put 4 projects on the ground in 2 years, and in the last 15 of my predecessors, they put 2 projects on the ground in 15 years. So, I mean, we're doing well. It is a lot. And we have a lot of support, to get it done, so. Well, thank you.
Okay, we're done. Yes. Thank you, Madam. Okay, we need to go on to the regular budget, the regular agenda, if that's okay. It is now 3:30. So any other committees or directors can go ahead and leave. Okay, so we're moving right along. Madam. Okay, so under new business, first thing on business, as you see on the agenda, on June 7th, 2025, the TRs and TOs were not signed by previous executive, and those are still sitting. And we need to know direction from you all how we want to handle those.
That's the one that,
Representative Chepko and then Representative Petit.
However, they were they're all voted on and failed or passed, all of them that you're talking about?
Do we know how many was it all of them, or was it 6?
I have 3.
3? Was it 3? It was, I do believe what took place in the afternoon. It was the 3 resolutions. Yeah, they were not signed at all.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve them because they need to be done, put record.
Okay. Motion on the floor to go ahead and approve for this current executive to complete June 7th, 2025. And a second by Ms. Sampson.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Yes.
I had an addendum in there to explain why this administration is having to sign these or certify these resolutions.
Okay. Yes. You accept that friendly amendment? Okay. Okay. And that will make it TR, what's the number? Let me look. Be TR 2025-168, right? According to the, is that how I do it?
Will they all be under that, or will they be 2 separate?
Do you want to do separate ones or put them all together that we sign all 3 of them?
I would say all
Just
together.
one resolution to do all, okay. All right. So that's a verbal, Representative Petit and then Representative Dethridge.
Chair, from review of the records that I've found, is there's one ordinance, TO 2506, which was introduced, it looks like, by the Thwathley Band, and Ms. Thunder's not here today, and I'm not quite sure what it was other than it was an enrollment action. And that's the one that my records currently showed, and I checked it here recently. And then there was a couple of TRs through here that also, so we're not talking about a whole lot of resolutions or anything that need to be addressed. But now my question to the Attorney General on this would be, okay, well, I'll let her, she can pay attention to what
They're trying to figure out the numbers on these as well. The numbers aren't even listed on them. It's just 2025.
Okay. Would you like my copy? Can I help you?
Yeah. He's got a copy that said it has numbers on it.
The ones that were unsigned were numbered when they first came through the packets.
See, we don't even have the original ones. She had to recreate them.
Oh, here, this is the original agenda. And this is the vote counts on each of those as we voted on them that day. Because this was the one that we had like 40 through 86 were withdrawn because they were part of the, we call it Constitutional Revision Committee. And then there were 4 or 5 verbal resolutions. Can I explain it to them, Chair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll let you read.
What I showed was the only TO that isn't signed and on record is 2506.
Okay.
And that had to do something with enrollment.
Okay.
And then, now these, I just went back and checked them through.
Is any of these about enrollment? No, they're all pertaining to.
Are they TRs?
No, they're all in his.
his
Okay.
investigations and stuff.
Okay. But it was a TO. Did it finally show up TO 06?
I don't have that on here.
I'll have to find it.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Okay, well, what I'm saying though is the ones that I showed that hadn't been put on the portal was this right.
No, we don't even, well, we have them printed, but they're not numbered. Yeah. Yes, there's a motion. Representative Dethridge, if you go ahead, and then I'll have Chup go after that.
We can figure out the numbering later. I'm sorry to have interrupted this.
Oh, well, let's just, I believe this was you.
The originals were in there. She come in, they're no longer there, so we had to re-get them and create them. Representative Dethridge?
Chair, by code, doesn't it say that as soon as the resolution is approved by the council, a vote taken and it's approved, then it becomes law. I don't know why we're even doing this to start with. So expound on that. Why are we, I mean, the chief's signature doesn't really mean anything.
It has to be certified.
Yeah.
It has to be certified by the chair.
She said they have to be certified by the chair, and I do. So the following, after a meeting and come in, they've got them there and stamped on the pretty yellow paper with the big sticker that says certified, matched to the minutes, and we sign off on them. So that's what they're saying. If we leave them, then they're not actually certified. And I mean, that's your call. We just wanted you to be aware that they're sitting and they're not completed.
So you're going to give us some numbers just in a second here then on these?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Representative Chupko, and then Monique, and then Representative Petit, Carpenter. Nope, okay. Representative Chupko.
Yeah, so, like, right after the meeting, how soon does it need to be signed and stamped and certified?
What I've currently done.
My question is, who failed?
If Representative Randazzo wants to explain, she was the secretary at the time. This was previous executive. This was not us. This was not, I came in and they were sitting and still been sitting. So if she wants to explain, but what Stephanie does, and that's what, when I came in, that's what she does. As soon as the meeting's over, she'll tell me I have them ready for you whenever you come in to sign. And it's the following Monday or the following day. And so that's even carried over to Stephanie. That
Okay, if we can ask her why it wasn't done, I'd like to know, my band too.
Okay.
After that meeting and stuff, everything is printed out and everything is ready for the chief to sign. He just refused to sign it because he said what was stated at the meeting was not the same as the resolution. And that was the same way with the TO that was, the TO that had Shirley Walker, hers, he said it didn't match up with the code of laws. It didn't match up. So he said council didn't go and read what it said to match it up. So that's why he didn't do the Shirley Walker one. He said, and then this one here, he said this is not what council said because council was supposed to, he was just supposed to come back and answer questions. So.
The chief wasn't even here on these, was he?
No.
I mean, it was the assistant chief.
Yeah.
So why didn't the assistant chief sign off on these?
Yeah.
So how often was this done? I mean, was this the first time
There was
it was
only
done?
several of them. This one and then the TO.
No, I mean, like, besides just from this meeting, from that meeting, that all those resolutions were done, I mean, not signed. How often was that said to you? On other resolutions?
I can't hear.
All the other resolutions for that year were signed.
Yeah.
Or that
Everything
period.
was signed but that one.
Okay. It just don't make no sense to me. So if Stephanie, if you brought a resolution after the meeting to her and she didn't want to sign them, what would you do?
Take it to the assistant chief and have her sign it.
And then what if she didn't sign it, what would you do? Would you bring it back to us?
Probably take it to the AG next and get some clarification from her on where it goes from there.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Yahola? No? Was it Harjo or Petit? Sorry.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to know, and somebody, I'll look for it and can't find it. Is there anything in the Constitution or code of laws that states that we have to have these things signed? Because to me, once we approve the minutes, we're attesting to that this is what actually took place that day. So it's kind of one of them in lieu of, we've approved them by.
That was part of the problem after this meeting was called. There was a big gap in meetings to approve the minutes. The former chief did not like what I had drafted in the resolutions. It was a resolution like sometimes we have where people are talking and making friendly amendments. I did not know if I'd gotten it correct or not. There are several emails with the executive back and forth from me saying, did I get it right or not? And if I didn't, please help me and correct it, because I was standing here talking and I don't write everything down when I'm talking. Then the former GC secretary was in a bind because the minutes were not approved yet. And so this council had not seen the minutes, we couldn't get the resolutions right, and no meeting was called. So I will state again that once this body does pass a resolution, it is in effect at that time. But yes, it does need to be certified and attested. That's how they are given legal effect to the outside world. All right, they're here, we accept them. But if we wanted a bank to take a signatory resolution or what, we need to have that formality on them. But they are official at the time you pass them, but we could not confirm the language.
Okay, now further on to that, as far as the signature, now when she makes the notary seal or whatever it is to verify that she signed it and this is the true fact of what happened in that thing, there's usually, is there not a delay from Saturday till Monday? So when you sign those and attest to her signature, you're dating it that day, aren't you? Which could be a day, 2 days, depending on, if there's illness or something, she isn't able to make it into the office, or either her or assistant chief. That's what, so actually, well, he just stated, are they not, they're actually in effect when we approve them. But the attestation of the signature of our chair or chief isn't until she signs it, which could be the following Monday or Tuesday. And especially on verbal resolutions, because those have to come back, be typed up, sent over, and things like that. There's going to be delays in this all the time, but my deal is to protect our general counsel secretary that she's not backdating or doing any of that, that the signature date on that is actually the date that she signs it, not the day that we approved it. Is that not the correct way?
That is accurate, but the vote and the count that she puts on there is of today. But yes, the day they sign them, and if there was a holiday, there'd be an extra day in there and those types of things. You're exactly right. There should possibly always could be at least 2, if not 3 days between what we do on a Saturday and when they are signed.
Okay, so
But the attestation says passed and approved, and then it has the date that it was passed and approved with the vote count.
Yes.
And then their signatures.
Yes.
That's what it says.
Okay, so it can have that date, I understand she was our general counsel secretary at the time. It has the date in the body of when we approved it.
Yes.
March 1st, 20 votes, whatever like that.
Right under where the resolution is, there's a verbiage there that says passed and approved, and you put the date that meeting was and that it was passed, and the vote count that was passed by. And then she signs it, and then she sends it to the chiefs, and they sign off on it too.
Okay,
And it doesn't, I don't think, and it doesn't have a date for.
It is the date that it's passed.
It's right, yeah. But on there for the day of its passed, like she said, with the count and everything.
Okay, well.
Yeah, no, that's all on it.
Thanks for clearing that up for these new members here in case they have a question about that, because that's something I always question is the date that she attests to your signature is going to be different than the date that it's stated.
Yes.
On the 4th day of August, so-and-so. I'm going to say December 6th because I said it wrong earlier today.
And they're filed away with the minutes as well in the binder.
Okay.
Do you have numbers for them yet? No? Okay, so I know we have a motion on the floor to approve the signature, but also somebody had said to table. So you want to move forward with this signature? That's the motion we have on the floor, is to have, because they're not numbered. we had to redraft them and reprint them to what she had. And so the ones we have here are not numbered. So I can't give you those numbers. So we can either table for the numbers or you continue on with your vote, with your amendment to approve.
We had a motion and she has
It's, so, I mean, but it's still really not gonna matter, because it's approved, so just to. just to
And
get
it would
everything-
reflect that agenda of what number order they're in.
Okay, yeah, let's wait and get all the numbers correct.
Do we need to vote on the table, or?
Well, if he withdraw his
I'll withdraw.
motion. Okay, and so then Representative Fulbright had a motion to table. Who was your second?
Me.
Representative Randazzo?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion to table until we get them numbered and a second. Roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
Eugene Alina,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chapon Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Rick Deer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel, Timmy Bear,
No.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
22 yeses, 3 noes, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 22 yeses, 3 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that those measures have been tabled. And we'll get those out to you. Okay, moving right along to TO 2025-12. Representative Dethridge.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to ask Daniel Atkinson if she can come forward at this time to translate all this stuff for us. But in the interim, Chair, I'd like to read an article out of the Tribune Dollar Me right here, and it's concerning Title 36 amendments. So, do you mind if I read this?
Okay.
Okay. It says, this is from Durant, Oklahoma. The Intertribal Council, ITC, voted unanimously to affirm the members' authority to regulate and manage hunting and fishing within their reservation, along with other resolutions. Tribal representatives formally, golly, I don't know what that word is. Anyway, it says conserving, managing, protecting, and enhancing wildlife resources. Tribal law is clear. Each nation has a sovereign right to regulate and manage these natural resources. The ITC said, importantly, this means no other entity, including the state of Oklahoma, has the right to prosecute or members of other federally recognized tribes for hunting and fishing on tribal lands. In addition, Chief Sina Yeslis states, the Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation statement on October the 8th, 2025 is a direct attack on tribal sovereignty and the inherent rights of the Seminole people to govern ourselves and provide for our families, and is incorrect as a matter of law. Our rights to hunt, fish prededicate the existence of Oklahoma and the United States. These are not traditions, they are treaty-protected practices tied to our survival, culture, and sovereignty. We remain united in defending our sovereignty, our treaties, and our way of life. That was a statement by our President Chief, Sina Yeslis, and I'm going to say thank you for supporting that.
Mado had me scared. Nope.
Is Danielle here? She better not.
Yes.
Okay.
If you'd like her, did you read your,
Let me read this thing.
Read it and get your second, yes.
That's right. It's a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Title 36 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws, granting the Business and Corporate Regulatory Commission the interim authority until a director is appointed. So I was called at, I don't know, probably 3:30 in the afternoon, said, can you sponsor this? I said, I guess so. So I said, Danielle's gonna explain this to everybody though.
Okay, I appreciate that. So we have a motion by Representative Dethridge and a second by Representative Monique Carpenter. And if Ms. Danielle can come up.
So do you want me to explain, or do you want me to address questions?
Danielle, could you explain the urgency one more time in getting this approved this evening?
Absolutely. So we have two choices. We're at a fork in the road. And the last time I came before you to ask for Title 36 amendments to clarify jurisdictional issues and to allow us to use tribal membership cards as our hunting and fishing license. These things start with the attorneys working on them. Of course, everything is approved by the BCR Commission before it moves forward to the executive office and so forth. Typical protocol was followed. Sharon mentioned that earlier when we were up here to give our committee update. The issue was this clerical error. The approved version that comes out of the Board of Commissioners to be eventually addressed on your agenda and before General Counsel to be voted on, the wrong version was given. And the only difference between the version that you approved and the version and the amendment we're making today is the very bookend of Title 36. And it's an important part of Title 36, and it's at the very end of it, because it grants the Business and Corporate Regulatory Commission, your Business and Corporate Regulatory Commission, the interim authority to administer your Department of Game and Fish or your Title 36 Code of Law temporarily until funding can be received and your Department of Game and Fish office can actually be installed. A director is appointed by the chief and confirmed by the general counsel, and hopefully a game warden can be established as well. I don't know if they'll serve a dual capacity or if those will be two different individuals, really what that looks like yet. But that's what this is. And the alternative is, if this does not pass today, is you have an enforceable Title 36, but no one to roll it out. And so it would stagnate, and it would stay exactly where it's at. And we have a website that should be ready to launch next week, where you can do Deer Harvest Report check-ins. We're taking phone calls now to help provide confirmation, and that would all stop.
Will we also be creating some safeguards as far as who can hunt, how that process is going to work?
Absolutely. So not only will you have a portal to check in your deer harvest and things of that nature, you'll have somebody to answer the other end of that game and fish phone line and answer questions or concerns. But you'll have the land research program that operates under the Business and Corporate Regulatory Commission, as well as that Board of Commissioners, to help develop some potential regulatory framework like policies and procedures and permitting process, what lands you want to open up, things of that nature. That will continue to move forward while your nation is working on installing that game and fish program. That would also subside and that would cease.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome.
Representative Petit?
Yes, I thank you for even bringing us the update on this. I think it's going to be a great program, but I want to look at fixed costs associated with it. We're going to have a director. Are we going to have a board also to advise the director and vote on policy changes or things that they'll need? I mean, is that something this nation's going to have to look forward to? Another 2 or 3 member committee to direct that particular person? I mean, is that a cost?
A committee is not written into the current, the last adopted Title 36 Code of Law. I mean, you guys are the legislative body. If you decide that you want that type of oversight, absolutely. If the existing Title 36 works well and they report to the chief and that seems to be working well for the nation, leave it alone.
Yeah. Well, the way I look at that though, and you have to understand my dollars and cents thought on that is, we don't want to charge our citizens or members any fees to do that, is the way I
Absolutely.
understood it. But we're gonna take on an added expense to have a director in place, and if we add a board to it later, that's gonna be some more fixed costs this council's gonna have to consider. And like I said, that's just my whole consideration for this whole deal. I think it's a great program, a great idea, but it's, like I said, we've got to look forward to that down the road too. How do we want, do we want to ease into it, baby steps, get somebody in place? And it could be that y'all will have most of that regulations and guidelines and rules already ready for them, if we're hoping that in your interim role. But that's just what I just want to say is, are we going to have to look forward to some future expense that this nation's going to have to incur to keep doing this?
And unfortunately, more than likely, but hopefully, we can look at funding opportunities via grants. I just did a webinar last week about, there's a Native American Fish and Wildlife Association I think we'd benefit greatly from being a member of and participating in. They help with grant technical assistance. They help with identifying grants that benefit your nation for these specific purposes. There may be 638 contract potentials and things of that nature. We need to look into all of those avenues.
Thank you. Like I said,
you're welcome.
Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you consider, if we amended it, to have a committee so that we can evaluate all the things that we should be a member of and all those things? And if so, would you be willing to work with the Attorney General on having some discussions on all of the members who are enrolled to participate in hunting and fishing? Because we still have that jurisdictional issue, and nobody's come to the table with a solution for that jurisdictional issue.
I mean, I'm an employee. I don't hold a position as a director, and I'm a program manager for your land research program, and we're just taking on this responsibility because we want it to work for our nation, and we want to give tribal members the opportunities to enjoy this reciprocal agreement, be able to hunt and fish with a tribal membership card. I think that's a great question. I'm always open to do whatever I'm instructed to do. I think that's a decision that comes from a higher authority.
Madam Chair, maybe this question is for the Attorney General, so that.
The AG and and BCR director's here too.
Yeah, I said the director would probably be a good one to
Call the
ask.
director for it, yes. Thank you. I didn't know she was still here.
Is it possible for this, all this to still fall under BCR?
When this was written, we consulted with the other 4 tribes that are participating in the reciprocity agreement. They do not have a commission or a committee. We have worked with our commissioners, our legal counsel, and the AG's office and the executive office during the last 4 years that we've been working on this. So we have had input with other experts outside of the BCR Commission. I'm not a hunter, I used to fish, but we've had consultation with them. When this was brought to the council last fall, we also met with Chief Coker, Lighthorse, and Captain Tallahassee. We invited the sheriff to come to the office, the executive office, and met with them to let them know that this was going to be on an agenda for an upcoming meeting from the General Counsel. Lighthorse agreed to enforce the code for the nation until grant funding could be secured. Until grant funding could be secured to hire a game warden. Unfortunately, that wasn't the last executive's priority. That wasn't on their list of priorities, and so that grant was never supplied. Or never applied for. I did go to NCAI last year and talked to U.S. Department of Wildlife and told them that the Seminole Nation was working on establishing or updating our codes for hunting and fishing, but we currently didn't have a department. And he gave me materials to apply for a grant. I turned those into executive office, and nothing happened with that. So when the new chiefs were sworn in, I asked for a meeting with them and gave them an overview, a 3-hour meeting that gave them an overview what the commission does, what projects we have been working on, gave them background on where the status was, and on some projects that were kind of left hanging, and this is one of the ones that was left. And so when we brought the resolution to the council last year, we let the council know that we were going to have further amendments that we were going to have to bring forth. And that was the last set of amendments. But unfortunately, I sent the wrong version. And so it cut out that important piece of who's going to manage this until a grant can be applied for and a game warden would be hired. And our vision when we were discussing this with the commissioners is that that game warden would be the director.
But my question, just for clarity, my question is, will you as the director be willing to work with the AG's office so that as we're amending and growing and you're returning some amendments to us, are you willing to find a resolution so that all of the members, the enrolled members, can participate in hunting and fishing?
I'm sorry, I apologize for not being clear. We have worked with the AG's office this entire time, all of these years, and the resolution as it's passed at the last meeting, all members can hunt and fish. All members, enrolled members of the Seminole Nation are, this law applies to them.
I'm not talking about members by blood. I'm talking about your.
You're talking about citizens.
Citizens by the body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
we're now just getting the definition between citizen.
Well,
and
the
members.
treaties are very clear about citizens versus members. Unfortunately, it's a federal law. It's outside of our scope, and we have consulted with the AG's office about that.
Okay.
And we discussed this at the previous meeting that. Well, I don't think I wasn't allowed to come up here to talk about it, unfortunately, but there is a case that deals with a citizen of the Seminole Nation that their McGirt appeal was denied because they're not a member by blood. They're not a member of the Seminole Nation, and so their case, unfortunately, had to stay in state court. And so it's not an issue, it's an issue that we've thought about and tried to figure out how to work around, but unfortunately, it's a federal issue that the Seminole Nation has no jurisdiction over.
So, Madam AG, would you be willing to give us that portion of the code and the treaty that says that the citizens are not allowed to fish and hunt based on the treaty? Because my understanding of the treaty is that the citizens are due the equal rights for members.
It's kind of flipped from what we're saying. It's not, it's the fights we're having with the state right now. If you hunt and fish under the MOU we have with the other 4 tribes, and you are given a citation on their land, and you are not a by blood member, then the state will still prosecute you. All right, we can't pull it into tribal court. We can't protect you. It's an issue of protecting you if you only have a Seminole license. And so we want everyone to be protected. So that's what the current law is right now, the cases that have come down, Castro Huerta O'Brien, the case that Sharon's talking about. And so it's a protecting you if you are given a citation type issue. And that may be where Chief Coker came in. I maybe missed the meeting we talked about that with, but it's protecting you that's the issue. It's not really the licensing part, but I would be happy to work with the police force and any new director on what we could do. But if you're hunting and fishing and you get stopped by a state game warden, in fact, last month, I can't remember who, based on what the Oklahoma Supreme Court heard or ruled in Strobel, that Strobel only applies, that McGirt only applies to criminal cases. Believe it or not, when you are out hunting with a rifle, I guess unless you shoot a human, that is not a criminal case. And so they're going to try to apply O'Brien and the other holdings to anyone they give a hunting citation to. It is our biggest fight with Governor Stitt right now, between the 5 tribes and the Northeast 9 and this issue of criminal and civil. And so until that is resolved, we cannot issue licenses to anybody in the other 4 tribes either, safely. All right, so it's...
I just want you to send the information.
Okay, anyway, I'm just trying to flip what Sharon said and get the accurate...
In your, I just want to say...
We voted last month on that last resolution
Yeah.
to take the freedmen out.
In your packets too, there was a treaty paperwork for hunting and fishing. And then I have Representative Yahola, Representative Josh Carpenter, and then Representative Sampson. Representative Josh Carpenter?
Thank you, Chair. Unless I'm having a deja vu here, I believe we've already had this conversation in our last meeting. So can we please move forward from this and let's move on?
Yeah, Representative Sampson? Anything? Okay.
You know, it's kind of splitting hairs, because if I get a driver's license in the state of Oklahoma, I can still drive in California. Doesn't make it a criminal offense to fish and hunt. So that's where we're stuck at, not understanding what you're saying, because it sounds like you're playing on words. That's all I got to say.
But Representative Cornell, and then Lena, and then we need to move on.
No, just a question of clarification. Miccosukee Band is very much in favor of helping to get order to what's going on with this conversation. But for me, I just want just a quick question of clarification. I know line 5 in the edits here, it talks about ceremonial purposes. And my hope is that that would be more explicit. But if this is the same language that is mirroring other tribal nations, I don't want us to disrupt the approval process. But I think my concern is just protecting the word in Muskogee Obunaga is Helishtilaiogi. Those of us that are practitioners of our ways, there are times when we have necessities to go and do things that I'm not going to put details to, but it's not always within the seasons that are out there. And my hope is that all of our tribal nations will support us living in the language that's found in those treaties of our cultural practices. It says it time and time again in the paperwork that's been provided for us. So that's the only question I have for that section. Does ceremonial purposes mean our religious practices that we've had since we were in our homelands?
Short answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lena?
I just had a quick question. Where the licenses will be given out at the BCR?
We aren't giving licenses. You're using your tribal enrollment card as your license, but you'll call our office or the cell phone number that's posted on the nation's website to get a number so that you can have your processing.
Your field tag.
Your field tag.
You'll utilize your Seminole Nation tribal membership card. And if you don't have one or if you've lost one, you need to replace that before you hunt or fish with it. And so whenever you hunt or fish, make sure that you have your Seminole Nation tribal card on your person. If you're hunting and you're not exempt, then you also need to carry proof of your hunter's certification, your hunter's safety certification. A lot of people are exempt, but a lot aren't. So we just want you to have those 2 things. So you will never be issued an actual physical license. Your membership card is that.
Okay, so just the number.
Yes, and then if you take a deer, like we're in deer season right now, we're in rifle season. If you were to take a deer, you will report that deer harvest to us directly, either over the phone or online, and we'll take some information that we need to be respectful stewards of our lands and our wildlife, and we'll take that and we'll compile it into a yearly or seasonal report. We love to share that with General Counsel. Okay. And then we'll generate what we call it like an e-check confirmation number for you. And you will put that confirmation number on your field tag for your deer. And that'll be attached to your actual carcass. Okay. Now you're free to transport from the place that you've hunted and taken said deer to home. A lot of our people clean them themselves. A lot of people take them to meat processors. Okay. A lot of people may want something stuffed at a taxidermist. This will ensure that it can safely be en route to either of those places.
Okay, yeah, and that was just what Representative Colonel had said that, that's also what I was gonna ask about the traditional.
Yeah, and that reporting will help us apply for grant funding for that game warden so that we can get it out from under BCR onto its own department.
Representative Coker.
Call for the question.
Yeah, okay. Hello, ladies. Roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson? No. Anthony Conley? No. Eugenia Lena?
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman?
No.
Terry Edwards?
No.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chapon Harjo?
Yes.
Leon Petit?
Yes.
Rick Deer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright? Yes. Ann Borba? Yes. Glenn Colonel?
Yes.
Timmy Bear?
Yes.
Thomas Yahola?
Yes.
Dustin Harjo?
Yes.
Alvina Coker?
Yes.
Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Joan Randazzo?
Yes.
Ole Gunville?
Yes.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Willis Dethridge?
Yes.
Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
22 yeses, 4 noes, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 22 yes, 4 noes, and 0 abstention, I declare that measure has passed. Let's go on to TR 2025-139. Representative Monique Carpenter.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing the Seminole Nation Housing Authority to prepare and submit the fiscal year 2026 Indian Housing Block Grant Program competitive grant on behalf of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma.
Okay. Who was Representative Harjo? Is that you second? Oh, I don't know who. Representative Yola seconded. Sorry. We have a motion and a second. And just point of clarification, is this, everybody got one?
Yes.
This is from housing that was on your desk. And it's just a formality for applying for the grant. If there's no questions, we'll go ahead and call for the question. Roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson? Yes. Anthony Conley?
Yes.
Eugenia Lena?
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman?
Yes.
Terry Edwards?
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chapon Harjo?
Yes.
Leon Petit?
Yes.
Rick Deer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright?
Yes.
Ann Borba?
Yes.
Glenn Colonel?
Yes.
Timmy Bear?
Yes.
Thomas Yahola?
Yes.
Dustin Harjo?
Yes.
Alvina Coker?
Yes.
Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Tiffany, Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Joan Randazzo?
No.
Ole Gunville?
No.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Willis Dethridge?
Yes.
Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
24 yes, 2 no, 0 abstention.
With a count of 24 yes, 2 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. Okay, right along to TR 2025-140. I guess I'll read that. Is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing membership in the National Congress of American Indians and appointing Chief Sina Yesleth and Assistant Chief Sheila Harjo as delegates thereto. I ask for a motion and a second. Motion Pittman and second by Yahola. Any questions? Representative Yahola?
Question, Madam Chair. When's the last time we were actually involved with this?
I just went, but prior to that, I don't know, but I just went about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Prior to that, I'm not sure. I know we passed this verbal resolution, I think in 24 as well, but I don't know if they went or not.
Thank you.
Yes, and I'll be getting you all my report. Okay, Any other questions? Yes, Representative Gonzalez? The dues, do you remember, who did it? No, that was my assistant. I want to say it is 4,000 at one set. I think it's one set. It's a membership. It covers whoever attends and whether I'm there or she's there. Yes, it's 4,000 for the whole membership. Yes. Yes, yes. It's annual, yeah, it's annual. As far as I know, yes. And I say as far as I know because we've, are still tracking our funding and it's there. This was put on hold and then the government shut down and I waited on it until they opened up before I went and finalized it. But as far as that, I mean, yes. This one was in Seattle, Washington. Yes, yes, and it's once a year. But even with that, it had some good information. From my understanding, I don't know. I did get some information while I was there as far as partaking. I'll be honest, a lot of things I've been going to, they're glad to have us there. So I don't know. I'm just saying what is being said when I'm there present.
Are you able to vote on anything that they have? Or-
Yes. They allowed us to vote, yes, because we had that past resolution and the past memberships in there.
And so you also allowed to vote and you also vote
Yes,
council?
Yes. Representative Gonzalez?
Yes, when you attended, was this on the previous, being that this is the same year, was this from the previous administration's fee, or did you have to pay when you went?
Previous.
Okay, that's right.
Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you also like a report from me?
Yes.
And I can submit it because I was in attendance with you, but I don't attend these programs at any cost to the nation.
Can you let them know who you were attending with?
Yes, to the general council members, I was privy to attend the National Conference of American Indians because I was a part of a training program called NOAA. It's the Native Organization Alliance. And so we bring tribal members from across the United States. They all come from different states, they're various ages, but it teaches us how to organize within our tribe based on things that come up, like ceremonial fishing and Mr. Johnson, who's been arrested many times for doing tribal things. But it also gives us a platform to help Seminole Nation or Indian country when there's a problem. We have organizational skills and certifications for attending. So we were in Seattle as well simultaneously for a week-long training. And on one of our last days, we attended the NCIA as well, and they paid for it.
Representative Yahola?
Yeah, I was just asking, because you said you went ahead and attended already. So is this a renewal membership or is it?
Yes, they took our names and allowed us to go and allowed us to vote under the last one.
Okay, so it's a renewal.
Yes, it's a
basically.
renewal.
So I think the language should actually reflect that it's a renewal because it has been done in the past.
It does, it's a renewal, but they also need our names added on it. They went ahead and changed it up there, but it needs to be attached with the resolution to show.
I totally agree. I think that's fine, but I'm just saying.
As far as renewal membership?
Yeah,
Yes.
that way we know it's already been done in the past and this is something new. It's nothing new.
Okay. That amendment, do you accept that amendment? Okay. Okay, any other questions? Roll call, please.
Leota Sampson? Yes. Anthony Conley? Yes. Eugenia Lena?
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman?
Yes.
Terry Edwards?
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chapon Harjo?
Yes.
Leon Petit? Yes. Rick Deer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright? Ann Borba. Glenn Colonel.
Yes.
Timmy Bear.
Yes.
Thomas Yahula.
Yes.
Dustin Harjo.
Yes.
Alvina Coker.
Yes.
Terry Spencer.
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter. Yes. Joan Randazzo.
Yes.
Ole Gunville.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Monique Carpenter.
Yes.
26 yeses, 0 no's, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 26 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2025-141. Can I have a sponsor for this? Or I can read it and then I'll get a motion. Okay, TR 2025-141, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the Seminole Nation's assumption of transportation functions under the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act of 2021 and approving the issuance of a notice of intent to the Federal Highway Administration and Bureau of Indian Affairs. I ask for a motion. Representative Petit, and a second. Representative Josh Carpenter. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. Eugene Olina.
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Chapon Harjo.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Rick Deer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. Yes. Ann Borba. Yes. Glenn Colonel.
Yes.
Timmy Bear.
Yes.
Thomas Yahola.
Yes.
Dustin Harjo.
Yes.
Alvina Coker.
No.
Terry Spencer.
No.
Tiffany Thunder. Joshua Carpenter.
Yes.
Joan Randazzo.
Yes.
Ole Gunville.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge. Monique Carpenter.
Yes.
24 yeses, 2 no's, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 24 yeses, 2 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. Moving on to TR 2025-142, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a 90-day continuation budget review period of the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce for all of FY 2025 programs through March 2026. I ask for a motion and a second. Representative Pittman motions. Do I have a second? Second. Representative Sampson, questions? Roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. Eugene Olina.
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Chapon Harjo.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
No.
Rick Deer.
No.
Patricia Kishkaton.
No.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Glenn Colonel.
Yes.
Timmy Bear.
Yes.
Thomas Yahula.
Yes.
Dustin Harjo.
Abstain.
Alvina Coker.
Yes.
Terry Spencer.
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter.
Yes.
Joan Randazzo.
No.
Ole Gunville.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge. Monique Carpenter.
Yes.
It's 20 yeses, 5 noes, 1 abstention.
With a vote count of 20 yes, 5 noes, and 1 abstention, I declare that measure has passed. Moving right along. Okay, now some of these appointments, Representative Petit.
I'm just gonna have 25 votes. We've had 26 votes in the previous 3 resolutions.
There was a 20, Yes, there was 20 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstention. 20
20
yes, 5 no's, and 1 abstention. Yes. Okay. Is her microphone, can you hear her microphone too? Okay. Moving right along, I will make an announcement now on some of these appointments. Again, the agenda was not at no fault the way it was created, so I'm going to be pulling certain ones just because I didn't review those and didn't go through. As far as 2 questions of this one wanted to be geared toward general counsel rep, so I'm withdrawing TR 2025-143. We're moving right along to TR 2025-144. It is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Karen Scott to the Seminole Nation Older Americans Program Advisory Committee. I ask for a motion and a second. Representative Monique Carpenter, second. Representative Dethridge. Any questions? Representative Fulbright?
Does Ms. Scott know about this? Was she asked, and is she agreeable to sit on this board?
From my understanding, the director, these are all active as of under the past executive, and they never formality came to the committee or came to the council. And so from my understanding, as the director has talked with each one of them to see if they still wanted to be on here, and yes, these ones that stayed on are the ones that have, some of the ones that we've withdrawn, either I didn't know, they didn't know. So yes. Representative Chepko and then Spencer. Chepko.
My band wants to ask to table all these appointments for the Older American Program because myself, and a couple other people had some elders say, hey, I was never asked if I wanted to be on that committee.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask to table all 5 of those and let some other elders' names be submitted, because I also heard that the director put these people in for appointments.
Okay, we have a motion on it. That's if they want to go through with it or they want to pull it. We do have a motion on the floor for them. We have a motion to table. We can do a motion to table if they already have a motion on, they can. Okay, never mind. Okay, there you're right. All 5. Yes, he wants to table all 5. Okay. And that and Representative Fulbright, that may answer your question then, what he was saying as far as being asked. Yeah. Okay. So now we have a motion to table all 5 OAP advisory committees until, I guess, confirmation of these people or if anybody else wants to serve. Okay. No other questions? We'll have a roll call. So it's to table all 5. Yeah, 144, 145, 146, 147, and 148.
Question,
Yes, Representative Pittman?
question, if we table all 5 of these, if we table all 5 of them and more names are submitted, do all 5 of these plus more come back?
Yeah, I'll get with the director, I'll find out what's going on, because like I said, that might have answered Representative Fulbright's question, because that's what I was told, that these were the names that, yes, they have been active and they've been there. She said, she asked that question, and he's saying that, no, some of them didn't know and other people weren't asked. I don't know, but we'll definitely get clarification and get them appointed. Representative Yahola?
Madam Chair, I think when they're tabled, they cannot be changed. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, that's true, because they'll come back forward.
As they are.
He'll have to decide to withdraw, or we'll withdraw at that time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, no, good catch. Yes. Okay. Representative Gonzalez?
Yes. Being that that is question and that is your intent to possibly withdraw them, I would think to save time for this council is not to have these on the table and for that table to be withdrawn and then you withdraw all these. That's my suggestion.
If y'all want to do that, okay, we can do that if you want to. So we'll pull back the table, motion to table. And we're going to pull back the motion. Yeah, and you have to,
Yeah, I'll withdraw.
okay,
I withdraw my withdrawal.
withdraw the motion? Okay.
Karen, second.
Yeah, Karen, do you accept that? Okay. Okay, so I withdraw TR 25-144. I'm also going to withdraw TR 25-145, TR 2025-146, TR 2025-147, and TR 2025-148. I'm also withdrawing TR 2025-149. Well, and that was actually 149, there was a consent, but Representative Chepko,
Yeah, I mean, if I can, I'd like to sponsor that and bring it back to the floor
you'd like to sponsor that?
Yeah.
Okay,
with an amendment to it.
okay. So Representative Chepko is going to sponsor TR 2025-149. Go ahead.
Okay, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation, Oklahoma, approving the appointment for Benita Harjo to the Seminole Nation Princess Committee immediately. Immediately is my amendment.
Yes, she would actually take place immediately. That expiration was 12/3, so she
Okay.
would take place immediately. Okay, and you, so you,
Okay, I'll put it in motion. That's for a second.
Representative Coker?
Usually whenever they do an amendment like that, you would put language in there to replace whoever you're replacing.
Okay. So that needs to be rewritten to specify her name, but who she's replacing. Okay. We'll add that. Representative Chepko and Yohola? Okay. Any other questions? Representative Fulbright?
For clarification, can council sit on a princess committee?
Mhm. There's one council, or well, no, there's past princess, right? Yeah. Where's my deal? Yeah, yeah. Oh, you got it, yeah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, roll call, please. Sorry.
Leetta Sampson? Anthony Conley? Eugenia Lena?
Eugenia, sorry.
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman?
Yes?
Terry Edwards?
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez?
No.
Chapon Harjo?
No.
Leon Petit? Rick Deer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright? Ann Borba? Glenn Colonel?
No.
Timmy Bear?
No.
Thomas Yohola?
Yes.
Dustin Harjo?
Yes, because my band wants to.
Yes.
Okay. Alvina Coker?
Yes.
Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Joan Randazzo?
Yes.
Ole Gunville?
Yes.
Tommy Chepko?
Yes.
Donita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
22 yeses, 4 noes, 0 abstentions.
Okay, with the count of 22 yes, 4 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. Representative Fulbright?
The 3rd.
No, for this one. Oh, for her? No, it'll be, what is it, 3-year term? I mean, it's 2 years. It is a 2-year term, so it'll be, oh, the very last sentence they said on the resolution. Okay. Okay. TR 2025-151, a tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Joshua Carpenter to the Wewoka Service Unit Health Advisory Board and the Seminole Nation Health Board. I ask for a motion and a second. Representative Yahola, and a second.
I make a motion to
You want a
approve.
second? Danita, second? Yes. Oh, my apologies. TR 2025-150. Second, yes. No, not 150. It was 151 that's going to be. I need you. And no questions? It's 150, TR 2025-150. Okay. Roll call.
Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, Eugene Olina,
We didn't even vote on this one.
This is just a question.
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chapon Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
John Randazzo,
No. Sorry, Joshua.
Ole Gunville,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Absolutely.
Monique Carpenter,
Yes.
21 yeses, 5 noes, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 21 yes, 5 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare this measure has passed. Okay, TR 2025-151. At this time, I am withdrawing. Again, this is another one that these are part of the appointments that I just wasn't seeing or given to me. So we're moving on to TR 2025-152. A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Regina Langford to the Seminole Nation. Oh, let me correct that. It's supposed to be reappointment of Regina Langford to the Seminole Nation Administration Appeals Board. Make that motion. Okay. Representative Kishkaton makes the motion, and a second.
Second.
Representative Harjo and Petit, sorry, I saw your name. Any questions? Okay, Representative Fulbright, you're fine. Yes. So the appeals board and appeals board and veterans, those were the ones that I actually had her reach out, and I knew were going to be on the agenda, as well as the personnel board. Those were the boards that I knew, except for the one on two on personnel. Those, she didn't know prior that Miss Elacoma had declined anything, so that she was put on there. Yeah. Yes, and I seen that one too. Okay, so yes, the appeals board were notified and they're aware. Representative Pittman?
Question, just on further down the agenda, we have two of the same appointments for the Veterans Committee. Is one of them a reappointment, or we have him down for two?
These, for veterans, 2 are new and 3 are reappointments. No, they're not. Frank Sewell and Frank Alexander. Okay. So call for the question, roll call please on 152.
Leota Sampson? No. Anthony Conley? No. Eugene Lena?
No.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
No.
Anastasia Pittman?
No.
Terry Edwards?
No.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chapan Harjo?
Yes.
Leon Petit?
Yes.
Rick Deer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright? Ann Borba? Glenn Colonel?
No.
Timmy Bear?
No.
Thomas Yahola? Dustin Harjo?
No, half the band decided no, apparently.
Alvina Coker?
No.
Terry Spencer?
No.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Joan Randazzo?
Yes.
Ole Gunville?
Yes.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Willis Dethridge?
No.
Monique Carpenter?
No.
It's 13 yeses, 13 noes, 0 abstentions.
13 yes.
13 yes, 13 no, 0 abstentions.
With the vote count of 13 yes, 13 noes, and 0 abstentions, this is a tie. Yeah, no, and I'm,
Toss the coin.
yes, and my vote is no. So I declare that measure has failed. Well, yes, and then I found out she hadn't been in attendance and she didn't come to their last meeting, right? They had a meeting prior to all this.
So she was already on there.
Yes, and then I find out afterwards. And so, of course, because she was one I already reached out to and already had her on there, that I didn't withdraw it. But I find out she wasn't active. So that's why. Call me out, but that's okay. No, okay. Sorry. Yes, no, and that's what I was thought. She wasn't active and she wasn't present. So, okay. TR 2025-153, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Bo Whitekiller to the Seminole Nation Veteran Affairs Committee. I ask for a motion, Representative Petit, and a second, Monique Carpenter. Any questions?
Is there any chance we can do all these together, or is there objection?
You could do this one and the next one together because they're appointments. The other 3 are reappointments.
Chair.
And just for clarification on Miss Regina Langford, she'd still hold her seat until she succeeded, so. Yes, Representative Randazzo.
Our band would like to make a friendly amendment to change it from Bo to Robert Allen.
Good call. I didn't catch that. Robert Allen is the legal name.
You'd already
Is it A-L-L-A-L-A-N? We'll get it. Okay. Robert Allen is his legal name? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. No other questions? Yes, Representative Dethridge? Did you want to do the 2 together? Okay. Representative Spencer has requested to put the 2 together, 153 and 154, because those are appointments. No, object, you object? Representative Petit objects. Objects, okay. Yes, okay. Just, we're checking, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna do roll call on 153.
Leota Sampson?
So what is it?
Anthony Conley?
Okay.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Chapan Harjo,
No.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter.
Yes.
It's 22 yeses, 3 noes, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 22 yeses, 3 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2025-154, a tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Eric Foster to the Seminole Veterans Affairs Committee. I ask for a motion. Representative Josh Carpenter, a second. Representative Monique Carpenter. Carpenters, okay. Any questions? Okay, roll call.
Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Chapan Harjo,
No.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yahola, Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo, Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter.
Yes.
That's 20 yeses, 5 noes, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 20 yes, 5 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2025-155 is a tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment of Walter Larney to the Seminole Nation Seminole Veterans Affairs Committee. I ask for a motion, Representative Petit, and a second, Representative Yahola. Any questions? Okay, call for the roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
Eugenia Lena,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Terry Edwards,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chapan Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
No.
Ole Gunville,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter.
Yes.
That's 20 yeses, 6 no, 0 abstentions.
With 20 yeses, 6 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. TR 2025-156, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment of Frank Sewell to the Seminole Veterans Affairs Committee. I ask for a motion, Representative Harjo, and second for Representative Borba. Any questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, Eugene Olina,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Terry Edwards,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chapan Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yahola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
No.
Ole Gunville,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge, Monique Carpenter,
No.
16 yeses, 10 noes, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 16 yeses, 10 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare the measure has passed. TR 2025-157, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment of Frank Alexander to the Seminole Veterans Affairs Committee. I ask for a motion, Representative Petit, and a second, Representative Spencer. Any questions? Representative Petit. Okay. We have a motion on the floor with this appointment. We'll do it right after that, okay? Yes, sorry, and I thought that's what you would do. Okay, roll call on this one, and then we'll extend time.
Leetta Sampson? No. Anthony Conley? Eugene Olina?
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman?
Yes.
Terry Edwards?
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chapan Harjo?
Yes.
Leon Petit? Rick Deer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright? Ann Borba? Glenn Colonel?
No.
Timmy Bear?
No.
Thomas Yahola?
Yes.
Dustin Harjo?
Yes.
Alvina Coker? Terry Spencer?
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter?
Yes.
Joan Randazzo?
No.
Ole Gunville?
No.
Tommy Chupko?
Yes.
Danita Harjo?
Yes.
Willis Dethridge?
Yes.
Monique Carpenter?
Yes.
It's 20 yeses, 6 noes, 0 abstentions.
With a count of 20 yes, 6 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. And Representative Petit, you extend time, motion to extend time. Second by Representative Harjo, until done. Is that how you, until completed? All vote consensus or? Yes. Okay, until done. Okay, and then Representative Sampson? I am withdrawing 159. And yeah, I think the other one is 159, and I'm withdrawing that one. Okay, TR 2025-158, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment. Oh, Frank Alexander, threw me off. I see what you're saying. Frank Alexander to the Seminole Nation Administrative Appeals Board. So this is for the Appeals Board. A motion, Representative Petit and Representative Spencer, second. Any questions? We're on 158, but I'm withdrawing 159. No other okay, roll call for 158.
Leetta Sampson? Anthony Conley? Eugene Olina?
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips?
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
who said yes? Did she say yes?
Oh, okay, just can only count.
Okay. Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chapon Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba, Glenn Colonel,
No.
Timmy Bear,
No.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker, Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder, Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
No.
Ole Gunville,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Tommy, what'd you say?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter,
No.
I have 17 yeses, 8 noes, 0 abstentions.
With this count of 17 yes, 8 no, 0 abstention, I declare that measure has passed. I am withdrawing TR 2025-159. TR 2025-160, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment of Juanita Scott to the Seminole Nation Administration Appeals Board. Ask for motion, Spencer, Representative Spencer, and second, Representative Lena. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, Eugene Olina,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chapon Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Staying.
Alvina Coker,
Yes.
Terry Spencer,
Yes.
Joshua Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Monique Carpenter. It's 20 yeses, 5 noes, 1 abstention.
With a count of 20 yes, 5 noes, and 1 abstention, I declare that measure has passed. Okay, I'm withdrawing TR 2025-161 and 162. So we're moving on to TR 2025-163.
That was 19 yeses.
Sorry, excuse us. That count for 116 was 19 yes, 5 noes, and 1 abstention.
What was 158 count?
158 was 17-8-0.
Thank you.
So we're on to 163. A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming the reappointment of Desiree Emerton to the Seminole Nation Personnel Board. Ask for a motion. Motion, Borba, and second, Monique Carpenter. Any questions? Roll call.
Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, Eugene Olina,
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chapon Harjo,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Rick Deer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Ann Borba,
Yes.
Glenn Colonel,
Yes.
Timmy Bear,
Yes.
Thomas Yohola,
Yes.
Dustin Harjo,
Yes.
Alvina Coker,
No.
Terry Spencer,
No.
Josh Carpenter,
Yes.
Joan Randazzo,
Yes.
Ole Gunville,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Monique Carpenter.
No?
That's 18 yeses, 8 noes, 0 abstentions. A count of 18 yeses, 8 no, and 0 abstention. I declare that has passed. TR 2025-164 and 165 are being withdrawn. Moving on to TR 2025-166, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment of Patricia Kishkaton to the Wewoka Service Unit Health Advisory Board and the Seminole Nation Health Board. I ask for a motion, Representative Harjo, and a second by Representative Petit. Any questions? No? Okay. Roll call, please. Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley. Eugene Lena.
Yes.
Regina Tiger Phillips.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Chapan Harjo.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Rick Deer.
My band said yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Glenn Colonel.
Yes.
Timmy Bear.
Yes.
Thomas Yahola.
Yes.
Dustin Harjo.
Yes.
Alvina Coker.
No.
Terry Spencer.
No.
Joshua Carpenter.
Yes.
Joan Randazzo.
Yes.
Ole Gunville.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Monique Carpenter.
No?
It's 18 yeses, 8 noes, 0 abstentions. A vote of 18 yes, 8 noes, 0 abstention. I declare that measure has passed. TR 2025-167, a tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Patricia Kishkaton as a Seminole Nation delegate to the Intertribal Council of the 5 Civilized Tribes. As for a motion, Representative Yahola, and a second, Representative Petit. Questions? No. Roll call, please. Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
Eugene Lena.
Yeah.
Regina Tiger Phillips.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Chapan Harjo.
No.
Leon Petit. Rick Deer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Glenn Colonel.
Yes.
Timmy Bear.
Yes.
Thomas Yahola.
Yes.
Dustin Harjo.
My band said yes.
Alvina Coker.
No.
Terry Spencer.
No.
Tiffany. Joshua Carpenter.
Yes.
Joan Randazzo.
Yes.
Ole Gunville.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo. Yes. Willis Dethridge. No. Monique Carpenter. No. 16 yeses, 10 noes, 0 abstentions. With a count of 16 yes, 10 no, 0 abstentions, I declare that measure has passed. Okay, but everybody for putting in a long day. Just remember, right now at 6 o'clock, we have lighting of the tree, hot cocoa. The OAP still has their market going on, and I do believe Youth Explosion is still going on as well. Please remember all those. We have lost a lot of tribal members here the past few weeks. It's the holidays, and we have members who have lost their family members, so please keep everybody in your thoughts and prayers. Representative Lena, you have a question? Oh, no, your microphone's on, that's why I was asking.
A motion to adjourn or what? No? Do we have to have a motion?
Yes.
Are the adjournments or question now? I said, the date again on the
Oh, the Christmas dinner itself is December 11th, from 4 to 7. And the 13th is when we'll be doing the toy distribution, 11 a.m. The toys I have, well, the employees, and if you want to help, you can. Food, they're distributing them to the food. We'll get them in on the 12th. They'll get there at the food. We have several that are working that night to help set up, and then the next day starting at 7 a.m. We're going to be at the pavilion, and OAP is where they're actually, the younger ones will be inside OAP, and then at the pavilion will be the older, I think we said 0 to 7 or so at OAP, and the olders will be at the pavilion. Our elders will be housed at OAP. Registration will take place at Old Council House, so we'll have our elder employees and those that have limited movement will be there. Everybody else will be on the ground and helping. Representative Deatherage?
Yes, ma'am. Is there any way that we could get a copy of this to all of the general council representatives, especially the new ones?
Is that the Constitution and Code?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I'm gonna get booklets and things made up and be able to get those out to you all. And then before we leave, I want to make sure we have prayers, so don't take off. We're gonna motion.
Could we also have the committee sheet, the list with committees?
Yes, and then I'm also gonna do, once she places everybody on here and fills these, we're going to put them on the website with their recommendations to get more. And the ones that have been pulled, it's not that they're not gonna be considered. We're looking at other boards where we need other people to fill, and so they will come up in those areas. But these are the ones that have actually applied. There's some on here that didn't know at all. Representative Fulbright.
To the AG, when do you think you can get that training together for the council? What are you kind of looking at?
January. That's what we was looking at, January, and to get booklets and things and get it all set up and going. So yes, we'll have that. I would like to do maybe on a weekend, like to have a little weekend, and just set it aside and do that. If that's better for everybody on a Saturday.
And also with the meeting the other day with Chief Harto, when do we think we're gonna kind of take a look at that?
Yes, that's another question, since we approved the budget and we had that meeting, whatever's good for you all, if y'all wanna meet, after Christmas, after the new year, you let me know what you wanna do. I figured maybe once a month, just to go and just be able to make sure we're going in the right direction and what you all see and want. Does that sound good? You wanna wait till after Christmas to schedule everyone? And we had it virtually too, so if you can get on there, you can get on there.
And is this just for the council? Because you have a lot of employees sit down on that too.
Well, and I
hope they took leave.
Yeah, well, I think he's there as a band, but I'm not sure, but afterwards, that's what we talked about, when we talked afterward. So yes, it'll be just council and then, they want that as well. Yeah, and I only did that this time around, and because it was information, because some of the bands had already met, and so I wanted to make sure that at least their band chiefs were aware and knew, but it was informational, just questions. Representative Chepko?
Yeah, I thought that was good to do, but next time I'd say exclude the band chiefs.
Okay.
And the video was really bad. We couldn't hardly hear that.
Yes.
He was like,
That's how it was for you all, and what we found out, there was a connection cut in Dallas that was affecting all of, I guess, the signal and the internet, so I found that out afterwards.
That's why I kept saying, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
That's what we kept telling, you're cutting out, because it was doing the same thing for you all. You were talking, and then you would cut in and out, but we found out afterwards there was a connection cut.
And I just thought you cut me off after I talked.
No, yeah, no, that last one, it dropped and it was gone. Yeah, no. And I would like to do that too, for just everything that's going on within the nation and with everything. That's why I was giving y'all updates as well. To me, I think that's good to be able to do that. So, okay. Who did I have down? Who wants to volunteer? I had a name to throw out. Representative, no, Cornell. opened us up. Representative Petit, if you don't want to, if y'all's done, we can have a motion to adjourn and then prayer. Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Okay, it is 5:10. Thank you. Mado, everybody. Amen. Mado, everybody be safe.